has led to self-reliance on land, at sea and in the air.
डिफेंस से जुड़ी हर छोटी छोटी जरूरत के लिए विदेशों पर निर्भरता हमारे देश के स्वाभिमान, हमारे आर्थिक नुकसान के साथ ही रणनीतिक रूप से बहुत ज्यादा गंभीर खतरा है। इस स्थिति से देश को बाहर निकालने के लिए 2014 के बाद हमने मिशन मोड पर काम शुरू किया है। बीते दशकों की अप्रोच से सीखते हुए आज हम सबका प्रयास उसकी ताकत से नए डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास कर रहे हैं।
The course towards Atmanirbharta has been charted by the Government of India's transformational initiatives. Positive indigenization lists promote indigenous development and design. Dedicated defense corridors boost defense production. Increase in FDI through the automatic route enhances access to modern technologies. The IDEX ecosystem supports advanced research and development. Every platform since 2014 has seen increased indigenization, creating greater opportunities for Indian industries both within and outside India. We are now a three-dimensional Atmanirbhar Navy capable of operating across the spectrum of naval operations, from disaster relief to all-out combat. Transformation from a buyer's to a builder's navy has been inspired by a rich maritime legacy of indigenous design and construction. Today, there are 39 ships and submarines under construction in Indian shipyards. 49 more platforms have been accorded acceptance of necessity. Our future submarine program will be our largest Atmanirbhar project. Being vocal for local has led to innovation and skill development, contributing to Startup India. Atmanirbhar Bharat has not only created robust infrastructure, it has made us think bigger and bolder. What better proof than Vikrant? Named after our first carrier, the legendary Vikrant, that played a decisive role in 1971, she will be the fourth aircraft carrier to fly the white ensign. Designed by the Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau and built by Cochin Shipyard Limited, we now belong to a select group of countries with the capability of indigenously designing and building an aircraft carrier. Her 26,000 tons of warship-grade steel has been developed by DRDO and produced by the Steel Authority of India. Vikrant's 76% indigenous content has been achieved through partnerships with over 90 Indian OEMs, more than 100 MSMEs, and over 500 ancillary industries. Above all, Vikrant has provided direct employment for 2,000 personnel in CSL and indirect employment for 13,000 towards plowback effect to the Indian economy.
आपका लक्ष्य होना चाहिए कि भारत का जब अपनी आजादी के 100 वर्ष का पर्व मनाए, उस समय हमारी नौसेना एक अभूतपूर्व ऊंचाई पर हो।
As India powers towards a blue economy, Vikrant will strengthen the Navy's capabilities and be a force multiplier in both defensive and offensive roles.
630, engage.
I now request the commanding officer of INS Vikrant, Captain Vidyadhar Harke, to declare and proclaim the commissioning warrant of INS Vikrant.
कमीशनिंग आदेश। जबकि भारत सरकार ने भारतीय नौसेना पोत विक्रांत को कमीशन करने का निर्णय लिया है, आपको यह निर्देश दिया जाता है कि आप आगे बढ़ के इस युद्ध पोत को सितंबर 2022 के दूसरे दिन पर कमीशन करें अथवा परिस्थिति अनुसार शीघ्र कमीशन करें। भारतीय नौसेना पोत विक्रांत को ध्वज अधिकारी दक्षिण नौसेना कमान के द्वारा प्रशासित किया जाएगा। मेरे द्वारा जारित 2 सितंबर 2022। हस्ताक्षर आर हरिकुमार, एडमिरल, नौसेना अध्यक्ष।
कितना बड़ा दिन है नौसेना के लिए, कितना ऐतिहासिक दिन है हमारे देश के लिए। और अब समय आ गया है उस आवाज को सुनने का जिसने हमारे देश को एक नई दिशा दी है। समय आ गया है उस आवाज को सुनने का जिसने हमारे पूरे देश में, समस्त भारतवासियों के दिल में आत्मविश्वास, प्रेरणा और संकल्प की भावना जागृत कर हमारे पूरे देश को एक लक्ष्य दिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। देवियों, सज्जनों और प्यारे बच्चों, जोरदार, दमदार, जानदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत कीजिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी।
इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित केरला के राज्यपाल श्रीमान आरिफ मोहम्मद खान, केरल के मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान पिनाराई विजयन जी, देश के रक्षा मंत्री श्रीमान राजनाथ सिंह जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे अन्य सहयोगीगण, चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ एडमिरल आर हरिकुमार जी, एमडी कोचिन शिपयार्ड, सभी विशिष्ट एवं गणमान्य अतिथिगण और इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़े मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज यहां केरला के समुद्री तट पर भारत का हर भारतवासी एक नए भविष्य के सूर्योदय का साक्षी बन रहा है। आईएनएस विक्रांत पर हो रहा ये आयोजन विश्व क्षितिज पर भारत के बुलंद होते हौसलों की हुंकार है। आजादी के आंदोलन में हमारे स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों ने जिस सक्षम, समर्थ और शक्तिशाली भारत का सपना देखा था, उसी एक सशक्त तस्वीर आज हम यहां देख रहे हैं। विक्रांत विशाल है, विराट है, विहंगम है। विक्रांत विशिष्ट है, विक्रांत विशेष भी है। विक्रांत केवल एक युद्धपोत नहीं है, ये 21वीं सदी के भारत के परिश्रम, प्रतिभा, प्रभाव और प्रतिबद्धता का प्रमाण है। यदि लक्ष्य दुरंत है, यात्राएं दिगंत है, समंदर और चुनौतियां अनंत है, तो भारत का उत्तर है विक्रांत। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का अतुलनीय अमृत है विक्रांत। आत्मनिर्भर होते भारत का अद्वितीय प्रतिबिंब है विक्रांत। ये हर भारतीय के लिए गर्व और गौरव का अनमोल अवसर है। ये हर भारतीय का मान, स्वाभिमान बढ़ाने वाला अवसर है। मैं इसके लिए हर एक देशवासी को बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, लक्ष्य कठिन से कठिन क्यों न हो, चुनौतियां बड़ी से बड़ी क्यों न हो, भारत जब ठान लेता है तो कोई भी लक्ष्य असंभव नहीं होता है। आज भारत विश्व के उन देशों में शामिल हो गया है जो स्वदेशी तकनीक से इतने विशाल एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर का निर्माण करता है। आज आईएनएस विक्रांत ने देश को एक नए विश्वास से भर दिया है। देश में एक नया भरोसा पैदा कर दिया है। आज विक्रांत को देखकर समंदर की ये लहरें आह्वान कर रही है, अमर्त्य वीर पुत्र हो, अमर्त्य वीर पुत्र हो, दृढ़ प्रतिज्ञ सोच लो, प्रशस्त पुण्य पंथ है, प्रशस्त पुण्य पंथ है। बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो, बढ़े चलो। साथियों, इस ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैं भारतीय नौसेना का कोचिन शिपयार्ड के सभी इंजीनियर्स, वैज्ञानिकों और मेरे श्रमिक भाई बहनों का अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिन्होंने इस सपने को साकार किया है। केरला की पुण्य भूमि पर देश को ये उपलब्धि एक ऐसे समय पर मिली है जब ओणम का पवित्र पर्व भी चल रहा है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को इस अवसर पर ओणम की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। साथियों, आईएनएस विक्रांत के हर भाग की अपनी एक खूबी है, एक ताकत है, अपनी एक विकास यात्रा भी है। ये स्वदेशी सामर्थ्य, स्वदेशी संसाधन और स्वदेशी कौशल का प्रतीक है। इसके एयरबेस में जो स्टील लगी है, वो स्टील भी स्वदेशी है। ये स्टील डीआरडीओ के वैज्ञानिकों ने विकसित किया, भारत की कंपनियों ने प्रोड्यूस किया। एक युद्धपोत से भी ज्यादा एक तैरता हुआ एयरफील्ड है एक तैरता हुआ शहर है। इसमें जितनी बिजली पैदा होती है उससे 5,000 घरों को रोशन किया जा सकता है। इसका फ्लाइट डेक भी 2 फुटबॉल ग्राउंड के बराबर है। विक्रांत में जितने केबल्स और वायर्स इस्तेमाल हुए हैं वो कोची से शुरू हो तो काशी तक पहुंच सकते हैं। ये जटिलता हमारे इंजीनियर्स की जीवटता का उदाहरण है। मेगा इंजीनियरिंग से लेकर नैनो सर्किट्स तक पहले जो भारत के लिए अकल्पनीय था वो हकीकत में बदल रहा है। साथियों, इस बार स्वतंत्रता दिवस पर मैंने लाल किले से पंच प्राण का आह्वान किया और हमारे हरि जी ने भी इसका उल्लेख किया। इन पंच प्राणों में पहला प्राण है विकसित भारत का बड़ा संकल्प। दूसरा प्राण है गुलामी की मानसिकता का संपूर्ण त्याग। तीसरा प्राण है अपनी विरासत पर गर्व। चौथा और पांचवा प्राण है देश की एकता, एकजुटता और नागरिक कर्तव्य। आईएनएस विक्रांत के निर्माण और इसकी यात्रा में हम इन सभी पंच प्राणों की ऊर्जा को देख सकते हैं। आईएनएस विक्रांत इस ऊर्जा का जीवन संयंत्र है। अभी तक इस तरह के एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर केवल विकसित देश ही बनाते थे। आज भारत ने इस लीग में शामिल होकर विकसित राष्ट्र की दिशा में एक और कदम बढ़ा दिया है। साथियों, जल परिवहन के क्षेत्र में भारत का बहुत गौरवमयी इतिहास रहा है। हमारी समृद्ध विरासत रही है। हमारे यहां नौकाओं और जहाजों से जुड़े श्लोकों में बताया गया है, दीर्घिका तरणी ही लोला गत्वरा गामिनी तरीही जंगाला प्लाविनी चैव धारिणी वेगिनी तथा। ये हमारे शास्त्रों में इतना वर्णन है। दीर्घिका, तरुणी लोला, गत्वरा, गामिनी, जंगाला, प्लाविनी, धारिणी, वेगिनी हमारे यहां जहाजों और नौकाओं के अलग अलग आकार और प्रकार होते थे। हमारे वेदों में भी नौकाओं, जहाजों और समुद्र से जुड़े कितने ही मंत्र आते हैं। वैदिक काल से लेकर गुप्त काल और मौर्य काल तक भारत के समुद्री सामर्थ्य का डंका पूरे विश्व में बजता था। छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज ने इस समुद्री सामर्थ्य के दम पर ऐसी नौसेना का निर्माण किया जो दुश्मनों की नींद उड़ाकर रखती थी। जब अंग्रेज भारत आए तो वो भारतीय जहाजों और उनके जरिए होने वाले व्यापार की ताकत से घबराए रहते थे। इसलिए उन्होंने भारत की समुद्री सामर्थ्य की कमर तोड़ने का फैसला लिया। इतिहास गवाह है कि कैसे उस समय ब्रिटिश संसद में कानून बनाकर भारतीय जहाजों और व्यापारियों पर कड़े प्रतिबंध लगाए दिए गए थे। भारत के पास प्रतिभा थी, अनुभव था, लेकिन हमारे लोग इस कुटिलता के लिए मानसिक रूप से तैयार नहीं थे। हम कमजोर पड़े और उसके बाद गुलामी के कालखंड में अपनी ताकत को धीरे धीरे भुला बैठे। अब आजादी के अमृत काल में भारत अपनी उस खोई हुई शक्ति को वापस ला रहा है। उस ऊर्जा को फिर से जगा रहा है। साथियों, आज 2 सितंबर 2022 की ऐतिहासिक तारीख को इतिहास बदलने वाला एक और काम हुआ है। आज भारत ने गुलामी के एक निशान, गुलामी के एक बोझ को अपने सीने से उतार दिया है। आज से भारतीय नौसेना को एक नया ध्वज मिला है। अब तक भारतीय नौसेना के ध्वज पर गुलामी की पहचान बनी हुई थी, लेकिन अब आज से छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज से प्रेरित नौसेना का नया ध्वज समंदर और आसमान में लहराएगा। कभी रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी ने अपनी कविता में लिखा था, नवीन सूर्य की नई प्रभा, नवीन सूर्य की नवीन प्रभा, नमो नमो नमो, नमो स्वतंत्र भारत की ध्वजा, नमो नमो नमो। आज इसी ध्वज वंदना के साथ मैं ये नया ध्वज नौसेना के जनक छत्रपति वीर शिवाजी महाराज को समर्पित करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है भारतीयता की भावना से ओतप्रोत ये नया ध्वज भारतीय नौसेना के आत्मबल और आत्मसम्मान को नई ऊर्जा देगा। साथियों, हमारी सेनाओं में किस तरह बदलाव आ रहा है, उसका एक और अहम पक्ष मैं सभी देशवासियों के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। विक्रांत जब हमारे समुद्री क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा के लिए उतरेगा तो उस पर नौसेना की अनेक महिला सैनिक भी तैनात रहेगी। समंदर की अथाह शक्ति के साथ असीम महिला शक्ति ये नए भारत की बुलंद पहचान बन रही है। मुझे बताया गया है कि अभी नेवी में करीब 600 महिला ऑफिसर्स हैं, लेकिन अब इंडियन नेवी ने अपनी सभी शाखाओं को महिलाओं के लिए खोलने का फैसला किया है। जो पाबंदियां थी वो अब हट रही है। जैसे समर्थ लहरों के लिए कोई दायरे नहीं होते, वैसे ही भारत की बेटियों के लिए भी अब कोई दायरे या बंधन नहीं है। अभी 1-2 साल पहले विमेन ऑफिसर्स ने तारिणी बोर्ड से पूरी पृथ्वी की परिक्रमा की थी। आने वाले समय में ऐसे पराक्रम के लिए कितनी ही बेटियां आगे आएगी, दुनिया को अपनी शक्ति से परिचित करवाएगी। नेवी की तरह ही तीनों सशस्त्र सेनाओं में युद्धक भूमिकाओं में महिलाओं को शामिल किया जा रहा है। उनके लिए नई जिम्मेदारियों के रास्ते खोले जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आत्मनिर्भरता और आजादी को एक दूसरे का पूरक कहा जाता है। जो देश जितना किसी दूसरे देश पर निर्भर है, उतना ही उसके लिए संकट है। जो देश जितना आत्मनिर्भर है, वो उतना ही सशक्त है। कोरोना के संकट काल में हम सभी ने आत्मनिर्भर होने की इस ताकत को देखा है, समझा है, अनुभव किया है। इसलिए आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर होने के लिए पूरी शक्ति से काम कर रहा है। आज अगर अथाह समंदर में भारत की ताकत का उद्घोष करने के लिए आईएनएस विक्रांत तैयार है, तो अनंत आकाश में यही गर्जना हमारे तेजस कर रहे हैं। इस बार 15 अगस्त को पूरे देश ने लाल किले से स्वदेशी तोप की हुंकार भी सुनी है। आजादी के 75 साल बाद सेनाओं में रिफॉर्म करके भारत अपनी सेनाओं को निरंतर आधुनिक बना रहा है, आत्मनिर्भर बना रहा है। हमारी सेनाओं ने ऐसे उपकरणों की एक लंबी लिस्ट भी बनाई है, जिनकी खरीद अब स्वदेशी कंपनियों से ही की जाएगी। डिफेंस सेक्टर में रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट के लिए 25% बजट भी देश की यूनिवर्सिटीज और देश की कंपनियों को ही उपलब्ध कराने का निर्णय लिया गया है। तमिलनाडु और उत्तर प्रदेश में 2 बड़े डिफेंस कॉरिडोर भी विकसित हो रहे हैं। डिफेंस सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए उठाए जा रहे इन कदमों से देश में रोजगार के अनेकों नए अवसर पैदा हो रहे हैं। साथियों, एक बार लाल किले से मैंने नागरिक कर्तव्य इसकी भी बात कही है। इस बार मैंने उसको दोहराया भी है। बूंद बूंद जल से जैसे विराट समंदर बन जाता है, वैसे ही भारत का एक एक नागरिक वोकल फॉर लोकल, अगर वोकल फॉर लोकल के मंत्र को जीना प्रारंभ कर देगा, तो देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनने में अधिक समय नहीं लगेगा। जब सभी देशवासी लोकल के लिए वोकल होंगे, तो उसकी गूंज सिर्फ भारत में ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी दुनिया में सुनाई देगी। और देखते ही देखते दुनिया के जो भी मैन्युफैक्चरर होंगे, उनको भी मजबूरन भारत में आकर के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के रास्ते पर चलना पड़ेगा। ये ताकत एक एक नागरिक के अपने आप में तजुर्बे में है। साथियों, आज जिस तेजी से वैश्विक परिवेश बदल रहा है, वैश्विक परिदृश्य बदल रहा है, उसने विश्व को मल्टीपोलर बना दिया है। इसलिए आने वाले समय में भविष्य की गतिविधियां और सक्रियता का केंद्र कहां होगा, ये भविष्य दृष्टि बहुत जरूरी हो जाती है। उदाहरण के तौर पर पिछले समय में इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन और इंडियन ओशन में सुरक्षा चिंताओं को लंबे समय तक नजरअंदाज किया जाता रहा, लेकिन आज ये क्षेत्र हमारे लिए देश की बड़ी रक्षा प्राथमिकता है। इसलिए हम नौसेना के लिए बजट बढ़ाने से लेकर उसकी क्षमता बढ़ाने तक हर दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं। आज चाहे ऑफशोर पेट्रोल वेसल्स हो, सबमरीन्स हो या एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर्स हो, आज भारत की नौसेना की ताकत अभूतपूर्व गति से बढ़ रही है। इससे आने वाले समय में हमारी नेवी और मजबूत होगी। ज्यादा सुरक्षित सी लेन्स, बेहतर मॉनिटरिंग और बेहतर प्रोटेक्शन से हमारा एक्सपोर्ट, मैरीटाइम ट्रेड और मैरीटाइम प्रोडक्शन भी बढ़ेगा। इससे केवल भारत ही नहीं बल्कि दुनिया के दूसरे देशों और विशेषकर हमारे पड़ोसी मित्र राष्ट्रों के लिए व्यापार और समृद्धि के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। साथियों, हमारे यहां शास्त्रों में कहा जाता है और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात कही जाती है और जिस बात को हमारे लोगों ने संस्कार के रूप में जिया है, हमारे यहां शास्त्रों में कहा गया है, विद्या विवादाय धनम मदाय शक्ति ही परेशान परपीडनाय खलस्य साधो विपरीतम एतत् ज्ञानाय दानाय च रक्षणाय। अर्थात दुष्ट की विद्या विवाद करने के लिए, धन घमंड करने के लिए और शक्ति दुष्करों को प्रताड़ित करने के लिए होती है। लेकिन सज्जन के लिए ये ज्ञान, दान और कमजोर की रक्षा का जरिया होता है। यही भारत का संस्कार है। इसलिए विश्व को सशक्त भारत की ज्यादा जरूरत है। मैंने एक बार पढ़ा था कि एक बार जब डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम से किसी ने पूछा कि आपका व्यक्तित्व तो बड़ा शांति प्रिय है, आप तो बड़े शांत व्यक्ति लगते हैं, तो आपको हथियारों की क्या जरूरत लगती है? कलाम साहब ने कहा था, शक्ति और शांति एक दूसरे के लिए जरूरी है। और इसलिए आज भारत बल और बदलाव दोनों को एक साथ लेकर चल रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है सशक्त भारत शांत और सुरक्षित विश्व का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। इसी भाव के साथ हमारे बहादुर जवानों को, वीर सेनानियों को आदरपूर्वक उनका गर्व करते हुए आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर को उनकी वीरता को समर्पित करते हुए आप सबका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। जय हिंद।
देवियों और सज्जनों, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी की भव्य उपस्थिति में एक बुलंद आवाज में मेरे साथ 3 जय पुकारेंगे। आईएनएस विक्रांत की, भारतीय नौसेना की, भारत माता की। Pay attention, all positions. 5 minutes to Nishan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the Honorable Prime Minister, along with the dignitaries, is now proceeding to the flight deck of INS Vikrant for the Nishan ceremony, where the new naval ensign will be hoisted on INS Vikrant. A ceremonial guard is positioned there, and we shall shortly move to the commentator's desk on board the Vikrant.
PM को summarize करना होगा ना।
I would also like to remind our distinguished guests here that once the guard commander orders national salute, the national anthem would be played. Ladies and gentlemen, when the national anthem is played, all of you are requested to rise at your positions. Guests here this morning would be delighted to know that the live broadcast of this ceremony is being broadcast on Doordarshan, our national television. And not only is the broadcast going all over India, but also all across the world over satellite television and the internet. Big thanks to the crew from Doordarshan. As we mentioned earlier in the afternoon, in the morning, after the national anthem, we will be having a fly past. In fact, 2 of them. Due to prevailing weather conditions, we are all seated here, so we may not be able to have a close look at the flight past, but I'm quite certain that we are going to feel and hear the fly past.
तो ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस वक्त देश के पहले स्वदेशी विमान वाहक पोत आईएनएस विक्रांत पर, जिसे कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड ने बनाया है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पहुंचे हैं इस पूरी कमीशन सेरेमनी में, और अब यहां पर निशान समारोह देखने को मिलेगा। और प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त फ्लाइंग डेक के ऊपर तमाम वरिष्ठ लोगों के साथ में, और ये भव्यता विशालता दर्शाता है किस प्रकार से देश ने आज रक्षा के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत बड़ा दिन हासिल किया है।
Sound control.
Flight deck of INS Vikrant commissioning will be marked by hoisting the tricolor on the flag staff at the ski jump and the simultaneous hosting of the naval ensign on the ensign staff at the aft or the rear of the ship. Vikrant विशेष है, Vikrant विशिष्ट है. Vikrant is special, Vikrant is superior. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, INS Vikrant symbolizes Atmanirbhar Bharat.
और ये तस्वीरें अब निशान समारोह की तैयारियां, कलर सेरेमनी जिसको कहा जाता है, और अपने आप में ये बेहद महत्वपूर्ण, क्योंकि हर नौसैनिक युद्धपोत पर 2 ध्वज होते हैं और अग्रिम भाग में राष्ट्र ध्वज एवं पिछले भाग में नौसेना का निशान होता है। वो नौसेना का निशान जो आज नए रूप में, नए स्वरूप में, भारतीय रूप में आज नौसेना को मिला है।
The color guard will be giving salute to the Prime Minister. The color guard giving salute to the flag, the naval band playing the national anthem in some time during the hosting of the tricolor and the ensign.
Please rise for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा, द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
तो पूरे सम्मान के साथ हमने देखा किस प्रकार से राष्ट्रगान के साथ में यहाँ पर निशान सेरेमनी हुई और जो नेवी का ध्वज है वो लहराता नजर आ रहा है इस वक्त INS विक्रांत पर। और ये नया ध्वज है जिसमें आज नया निशान देखने को मिल रहा है और औपनिवेशिक काल जिसमें गुलामी की मानसिकता झलकती थी उससे आगे बढ़ते हुए आज भारतीयता का नया उत्कर्ष देखने को मिला। और ये फ्लाई पास्ट की शुरुआत होती हुई दिखाई पड़ रही है। यहाँ पे हम साफ तौर पे देख सकते हैं ये तमाम जो विमान हैं जो इस वक्त आपको दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं।
Spectacular display of naval's air prowess. 3 Chetaks
ऊपर आकाश में देखिए राष्ट्रीय ध्वज एवं नेवल एनसाइन का गर्व से फहम करते हुए 3 चेतक हेलीकॉप्टर का पहला हवाई दस्ता कर रहे हैं कमांडर ईशान महापात्रा,
led by Commander Ishan Mahapatra.
बिल्कुल ये तस्वीरें अपने आप में दिखाती हैं किस प्रकार से ये फ्लाई पास्ट जहां पर 3 चेतक हवाई जहाज, इसके अलावा 3 एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर, साथ ही साथ यहाँ पर सीइंग 42 ब्रेवो हेलीकॉप्टर और इन तमाम की गड़गड़ाहट साफ तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री इसको निहारते हुए और ये भारत की इस भव्यता को
आसमान में अपनी नजरें गड़ाए रखिएगा।
सेना का निशान के साथ में राष्ट्रध्वज इनके साथ में ये गड़गड़ाहट बताती है कि भारत की रक्षा क्षमताएं किस हद तक बढ़ गई हैं और आत्मनिर्भर भारत ये आज दुनिया को बताने में सक्षम है कि हम कैसे दुनिया में आगे अग्रणी भूमिका निभाने को तत्पर हैं।
Prime Minister waving at the rotary wings as 3 Chetaks and 3 advanced light helicopters as well as Bravo 42B led by Commander Harpreet Singh Baweja displaying naval's air prowess.
इनके ठीक पीछे है पनडुब्बी प्रतिरोधी
और सीकिंग
42 ब्रावो हेलीकॉप्टर कमांडर हरप्रीत सिंह बवेजा की अगुवाई में।
सीकिंग 42 ब्रावो हेलीकॉप्टर कमांडर हरप्रीत सिंह बवेजा के नेतृत्व में ये तमाम फ्लाई पास्ट नजर आ रहा है और हमने देखा किस प्रकार से 3 चेतक, इसके अलावा 3 एडवांस हाई हेलीकॉप्टर, साथ ही साथ सीकिंग 42 ब्रेवो हेलीकॉप्टर ये नजर आ रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री एक तरीके से हाथ हिलाकर अभिवादन करते हुए गड़गड़ाहट बताती है हमारी बढ़ती हुई रक्षा क्षमताओं की, आत्मनिर्भर होते रक्षा के क्षेत्र में भारत की, और आज का दिन बेहद ऐतिहासिक।
Absolutely. And INS Vikrant now would be capable of operating an air wing consisting of at least 30 aircraft, which will be comprising of MiG-29K fighter jets, amongst others. And remember, why this is special. Indigenously manufactured advanced light helicopters that you just saw a while back on your screens, and also some light combat aircraft from Indian Navy will be positioned.
बिल्कुल अपने आप में बेहद खास, क्योंकि विक्रांत, आईएनएस विक्रांत बहुत खास है। और अब एक तरीके से देखा जाए, आज ये भारत के लिए रक्षा के क्षेत्र में बेहद महत्वपूर्ण, और इस विक्रांत, आईएनएस विक्रांत की बात की जाए तो अब ये नौसेना को समर्पित होने जा रहा है। और ये
जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए स्वागत करते हैं भारतीय नौसेना में आईएनएस विक्रांत का।
एक तरीके से नौसेना को समर्पित किया है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने। रक्षा मंत्री हमको यहाँ नजर आ रहे हैं।
Ship's plaque being unveiled by Honorable Prime Minister in the presence of Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh. This is going to be soon followed by the presentation of memento in a while. We also saw a while back Prime Minister, presentation of memento by Chief of Naval Staff to Honorable Prime Minister of India.
नौसेना प्रमुख एडमिरल आर हरि कुमार अब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को आईएनएस विक्रांत का एक प्रतिरूप प्रस्तुत करेंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अब कमान अधिकारी कैप्टन विद्याधर हरके को रजत तालिका हस्तांतरित करेंगे। अब मुख्य अतिथि सभी गणमान्यों के साथ छाया चित्रण के लिए स्की जंप की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। आकाश को अपनी गूंज से अलंकृत कर रहे अब आ रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड द्वारा निर्मित डॉर्नियर विमान, जिनका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं कैप्टन अर्जुन मेनन। अब आ रहा है सैन्य सर्वेक्षण में सबसे कुशल अत्याधुनिक पनडुब्बी प्रतिरोधी उपकरणों से लैस P-8I विमान, जिसके चालक हैं कमांडर कुलदीप मेहता।
From Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, led by Captain Arjun Menon. P-81, P-8I, one P-8I on your screens, maneuvering, followed by Three Hawks, led by Commander Shailesh Singh Rana.
और अब बारी है प्रशिक्षण के लिए उपयोग में लाए जाने वाले हॉक लड़ाकू विमानों की। इस दस्ते का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं कमांडर शैलेश सिंह राणा। और अंत में ध्वनि की दुगनी गति से उड़ने में सक्षम आसमान को चीरते आ रहा है मिग-29 के लड़ाकू विमानों का यह दस्ता, जिसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं कैप्टन एस सांब्याल।
गौरव का पल, रोमांच का पल, जो आईएनएस विक्रांत है उसका जलावतरण हो गया और प्रधानमंत्री ने उसे राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया। विशाल, विशिष्ट, विहंगम।
All right, a fly past there being given to the Prime Minister as he commissioned INS Vikrant. A proud moment for the Navy, proud moment for each Indian, given the fact that this is the first indigenous aircraft carrier fully designed and built in India with 75% plus indigenous component coming in from 18 states and union territories. Prime Minister there in the pictures receiving a memento, and before that dedicating, apart from commissioning of the aircraft carrier, the new Navy ensign, which does away with the British legacy of the St. George's Cross and have and a completely Indian design of the Navy flag. Prime Minister, of course, earlier covering all aspects of the historical aspects to the most modern of Indian Navy. Joining us, Commodore G.J. Singh, defense expert live from Bengaluru. Welcome, sir. Good morning to you. And as a Navyman, proud moment for you, sir.
Of course, Akshay, I would say that I feel very proud excuse me, to have served on the previous Vikrant for almost 3 years. It makes me so proud that today, this particular day marks the historic day in the military history of Navy or in the military history of India. And this is something which also marks a milestone towards India's commitment for self-reliance and Atmanirbhar. It makes me proud that this particular ship revives all those nostalgic memories of the victories of the previous Vikrant, whether it was 1971 war or other naval operations, right from 1961 onwards till it got decommissioned. I think today this particular ship has fulfilled a sort of shortage that we felt of INS Vikrant being a most splendorous and majestic ship in the Indian Navy, because it is the splendor and the majesty of this ship that shows the capability of India's I would say power projection across the high seas. This is something I would say which is the most potent marine assets for any nation, which enhances the naval's capability to travel far from its home shores to carry out air dominant operations. I think this ship has brought in the old glory that this country, I would say, enjoyed 1,000 years back, as the Prime Minister mentioned in his message, that India once upon a time was a dominant sea power, and as he quoted various examples from the Vedas. And not only that, I would say this also marks the revival of the mighty sea power that our Shivaji had during his time and era. And I think the historical cycle, the cycle of history and time has come full circle, and we are once again into a time of era when Indian Navy dominates the seas and is called, I would say, the blue water Navy. because it is a naval, India's capacity to demonstrate the self-reliance to what is considered to be one of the most advanced and complex battleships in the world. Not only that, I would say with the induction of this 44,500 tons
Go ahead.
warship with the capacity to have at least about 34 aircrafts and helicopters, fighter jets capable of operating, all of them like the state-of-the-art MiG-29K, Kamaz 31 early air warning helicopters, multi-role Seahawk helicopters, advanced light helicopters built in India itself. And also I hear of the LAC, that is light combat aircraft that will also be operated from the deck of this majestic ship. So this is something which makes every Indian proud when it comes to, the capability of this majestic warship with 7,500 kilometers range. A speed I would call is 52 kilometers per hour. It is something, which is not seen everything. And aircraft carriers, I must say, is an essential for a navy to be considered as a blue water navy. So this is something, again, which shows the projection of a nation's strength, especially in the Indian Ocean and Arabian Sea, to our neighbors like Pakistan and China's mischief that he causes in our western seaboard or eastern seaboard. I think this sends a very strong message to these hostile nations that India is not the same what it was. It has now a new India with a new navy, and it is something which also projects our indigenously designed aircraft carrier built in our own country. So these are some of these things which makes us very proud.
Commodore,
yes,
absolutely, sir. Commodore J.J. Singh, just hold on to your thoughts. In fact, Commander Vijay Vadra is also joining us. I will take a short break, but then we'll come back to discuss a couple of points, very important points Prime Minister made on India's strategic outreach that happens with this commissioning of INS Vikrant. Just after a short break.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POCSO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga, has been sent.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्र हित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
All right, we are back to the coverage of commissioning of INS Vikrant, India's first indigenously designed and built aircraft carrier. In fact, Prime Minister not only commissioned INS Vikrant just a while back, he's in fact still on board, being given a go-around or a walkabout through the various technological marvels that are there inside the ship. And of course, Commodore G.J. Singh is someone who has been aboard the earlier INS Vikrant for 3 years, as he mentioned. So I'll come back to discuss that, but a couple of points on India's strategic dimension that this aircraft carrier contributes to, as mentioned or delineated by the Prime Minister. In fact, Commander Vijay Vadra, Prime Minister said that we are living in a multipolar world and we need to know where the action is, and in that the INS Vikrant would be of great help. Also, he mentioned that for long we were not very careful about what's happening or the security aspects in the Indo-Pacific. He mentioned it clearly and said that INS Vikrant would now take care of that focus on Indo-Pacific. Also, he said that with this Indian Navy and with all the other advancements that are taking place, Indian Navy is so well positioned now to provide security to India's maritime trade. So this strategic dimension that Prime Minister mentioned, I think is something which should be debated today.
Absolutely. I think the Prime Minister put across very forcefully the mission of New India, the Atmanirbhar India. When you have a maritime power, a nation can really project its power to the other countries in the region and even far off. You see the way China is trying to expand its naval fleet, not to the South China Sea, even inching towards Indian Ocean by trying to acquire ports in Sri Lanka, in the Indian Ocean region, in Bangladesh, wherever he thinks that he'll be able to exercise his power only when he has the logistic support, the ports under his command in various countries which are in the Indian Ocean or South China Sea. So similarly with Vikrant commissioning, and by end of next year it's fully commissioned with a Barrack missile system, with all the fighter aircrafts on board, helicopters on board, all the flying operations tested, tuned, and also in the near future the way we are going ahead with building of nuclear submarines. We have already built up 2 nuclear submarines, on the eastern coast. So imagine with this kind of a power, sea power India is having, how assuring it would be to the friendly countries, of interest to India, would be that they have almost a superpower in the Indian Ocean who can come to their rescue when required.
Right,
it happened in Maldives.
Right,
when India sent the Navy across over there.
Sir, my last quick question to Commodore G.J. Singh. Sir, you mentioned that you were on the aircraft carrier, the earlier INS Vikrant for 3 years. Prime Minister, of course, did not mention China. But the fact that he did mention Indo-Pacific, and in the backdrop of the fact that China recently launched its third aircraft carrier, you think we have a modicum of response to the Chinese and we can really look them in the eye when it comes to our blue water capabilities?
Yeah, first of all, Akshay, I would like to make it very clear that China claims to have 3 aircraft carriers because third one they have recently inducted, but one of them they are using as a trainer aircraft carrier because they do not have any experience of operating, aircraft from a carrier. And they don't have that kind of experience what we have because we have been operating carriers from 1961 onwards when we acquired the first INS Vikrant in 1961. So this is the defining moment between us and them. And second thing is, you see, the aircraft carrier generally leads a capital ship of a carrier battle group. That is very important to note because the aircraft carriers are always a very prized asset of any navy. They are a symbol of power, and they are escorted generally by a fleet of destroyers, missile cruisers, and frigates, and submarines, and supply ships. And when you have this kind of a battle group, cruising anywhere, whether it's South China Sea or Indian Ocean or Arabian Sea, anywhere in the world, with such a long arm that we can operate on, it sends a very strong message and acts as a deterrent, you see. I look at it as a deterrence power for enemy to take care before it meddles into any in that particular country. So this is something which also makes a very what you call component of the blue water navy, because navy that has a capacity to project all other nations in the world, its strength and might across the high seas. Because high seas, any country, any navy that dominates the seas dominates that power.
That's a very important point you have made, Commodore. That's a very important point you have made, Commodore, saying that while China might claim to have 3 aircraft carriers, it's the experience that counts, and that's where Indian Navy beats the Chinese hands down. And in fact, the carrier battle group that India gets now with the INS Vikrant takes care of our security interests and power projection from the Sunda and Malacca Straits to the Gulf of Hormuz. On that note, we have to go to our live and breaking format, and for that, over to Nupur in Mumbai studios.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for that. In fact, let's cut across live to news that we're just getting right now. Now, in custody, the rape-accused seer Shivamurthy has now complained of chest pain and has been shifted to the district hospital. Now, this comes just after the seer was arrested from his mutt and remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. Republic TV has also learned that the seer could be shifted to Bangalore's Jayadeva Hospital. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details, but do remember that after essentially dragging their feet for a long time, nearly a week after the FIR was lodged, Chitradurg police arrested the seer yesterday. It was at about 10 o'clock that this arrest was made, and thereafter, of course, he was placed under 14 days of judicial custody. Currently, we are told that he could be moved to the Bangalore Jayadeva Hospital. Ashwin is bringing us latest on this. Ashwin, good morning. Ashwin, we are given to understand that he has complained of chest pain and now will be shifted to Bangalore.
We have to confirm where he will be taken, but 6 hours after marking his arrest, the accused seer Shivamurthy Sharnaru has now been brought in to the district hospital over here. Right now, as we speaking, he's there inside over here, and we are getting an information that his further tests are being conducted. Now, what we begin to understand is that what we begin to understand is that he had felt some chest pain, and based on that some ECG scanning and other details are being taken. From the hospital sources we are getting this information that there may not be enough facilities for the hospital to take care if his health is not fine. So there is we can say that there is a huge big possibility that he may be shifted to any hospital in Bangalore. We are getting primary information which needs to be ascertained that he may be taken either to Jayadeva or to the Apollo hospital in Bangalore, but that has to be confirmed from the hospital sources. From our initial reports such as the same, but what we are seeing is very dramatic visuals. On one side he's an accused, but the safety of the accused is more important right now for the law enforcement also, and that is why they cannot take any risk in this manner. So even if the chest pain, if a mild chest pain has been said, the law enforcement has to ensure that he gets all the medical treatment. Now remember, he is one of the accused in the crime which is related to sexual assault. So ideally, when the arrest has been made, when the after the judicial custody, when the arrest has been marked, there's even a test whether he's got the ability to do any kind of a sexual act. So that also, all these medical tests are remaining. So it is in between this that the seer has now complained of chest pain. There is some procedures going on. 6 hours after he was, his medical checkup here had finished. 6 hours later, early in the morning today, he has been brought in again.
Right.
So we are waiting whether he will be shifted to Bangalore. Obviously, the anticipatory bail, all those things will get cancelled right now. We can see the additional SP, Kumaraswamy, who is in charge of this in Chittadurga, is right now going inside. He's going inside. I think the hospital authorities here wants to convey to him what is the current situation of the accused seer is. So Shivamurthy Sharnaru is right now inside this hospital. We can see the scanning room, and there is an ECG scan that has been confirmed, that has been done. Now it looks like the hospital authorities are speaking to the additional SP Kumaraswamy, and probably the law enforcement is also getting the details of it. Based on the reports which has been given, the police will then take the necessary step. Whether
Right.
he'll be shifted to Bangalore or whether he'll be treated from within.
Now, Ashwin.
But, at the moment, the safety is the most important aspect for the law enforcement, and they will
Absolutely.
ensure the same.
Ashwin, what I wanted to understand from you is the legal process that is thereon involved from now, because there was an anticipatory bail plea that had been filed earlier, and of course it was supposed to be heard today, but all of that now goes out of the window. But give us a sense in terms of how this will go forward legally. All right, I think Ashwin is trying to get the latest of what's happening over there. High security over there being maintained as the seer was taken in for a medical checkup. Ashwin, of course, was taking us through what was happening over there. Now, there are various tests, medical tests that he will have to undergo today. But just as he finished some of those tests, he complained of chest pain, was taken to hospital, and now is currently inside that hospital. Now, there is some amount of speculation about whether he will be shifted to Bangalore's Jayadeva hospital or not. I'm going to try and go back to Ashwin now. Ashwin, earlier I was asking you in terms of the legal process from now on, give us what is expected. There was an anticipatory bail plea that was filed earlier, but obviously, you know, that is a process that will probably go out of the window now. How do you see things moving from here on?
Nupur, at the moment, for the law enforcement, the safety of the accused is the most important thing. They have to ensure that nothing happens to him. Even everything related to the crime is secondary for the law enforcement at this moment, and that is what the principle, this is what is the guideline that has been given, which has been ascertained, which has been underlined by the Supreme Court also. The accused safety is the most important thing. Otherwise, this entire police force will get into huge trouble if he is not given his rightful health remedies. So they will not take any chance in that matter at all. And that is what we are seeing over here, because we did speak to these police sources. They said a person, it will definitely be a mental trauma to a person when he is taken into custody. So there is always a chance of a mental trauma, and that can reflect in the body. So that cannot be taken lightly, is what the police sources have told us. And saying that we are hoping that the seer does not have any complicated issue at the moment, but at the same time, it is pertinent that justice is also delivered to the two minor girls who has allegedly suffered from the crimes he had committed. So we are waiting at the moment. The judicial process is now, as you rightly said, anticipatory bail that has gone out of the window. Now the next proceedings will be with the police itself, and we are waiting what will the police do next. But to wind it up, essentially his safety first, his health concerns will be addressed primarily, and then only any action whatsoever will be taken by the law enforcement.
Right now, Ashwin, where you're reporting from, we can see a large posse of policemen behind you. There's high security, as you're pointing out, obviously. And we've seen these kind of security arrangements that have been made since yesterday, in fact, from the time that he was arrested to now. So give us a sense of what's happening around you right now.
I just want to our video journalists to pan across the entire place. Right now you can see a lot of people are anxiously waiting over here. There's some kind of a police force trying to disperse the crowd. They have been often coming and telling these crowd to move out of this area. This is a district hospital in Chitradurga, and about 200 to 300 people have just come to see the site of what is happening over here. There are also some activists also looking at the way the developments are going over here. As you can see around me, we'll take a small walk through also. You can see around me, there's police all over this place. There are people over there waiting, anxiously waiting what is happening around. There are a lot of people who have come out. The police forces have also cordoned off this place to a certain extent, but the flow of people is there. People are still waiting for hours in a hospital. And that is the curiosity that this entire case has evoked from the beginning itself. We have seen crowd gathering wherever we have been following, and this is what you can see. On the other side, you can see there's a beehive of camera people, the video journalists trying to get a sneak peek into the hospital premises, also inside the premises where the seer is now undergoing all kind of health treatment. So saying that this is the situation on the ground at the moment. We are awaiting from the official sources, from the hospital official sources, what they will be stating, and that will be happening in a short while from now.
All right, Ashwin bringing us those details. Thank you very much. As Ashwin is pointing out, we are still awaiting confirmation on whether the seer is likely to be moved to Bengaluru for treatment. He's complained of chest pain and has now been taken to the district hospital at Chitradurga. All right, now this does appear to be a big win for Edapadi Palaniswamy. Justices M. Doraiswamy and Sundar Mohan of the Madras High Court have allowed for an appeal preferred by the AIADMK leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy and set aside the Justice G. Jayachandran's August 17 order in favor of O. Paneerselvam on the party leadership dispute. So this, of course, is coming in as huge relief to the AIADMK leader and the interim General Secretary E. Palaniswamy. The Madras High Court has set aside the order of the single judge bench, which among other things nullified the July 11 General Council meeting of the party and directed both sides to maintain status quo. So that order has now been set aside. This obviously is a huge twist in the power struggle between the two stalwarts of the AIADMK currently. Let's go across to Varshini in Chennai. She has more details on this. Varshini, good morning. To begin with, take us through what's happened and how do you see this going forward now?
Well, if you see, there has been this power tussle that's going on inside of the AIADMK party for quite some time now, and we saw how there were several, steps taken by both Edappadi K. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam to prove their power, to prove their support in the party, and we saw how this whole issue, rather than having a proper general council and deciding for themselves inside the party, it went into the Madras High Court, and first initially the Madras High Court a single judge order was given in favor of O. Pannirselvam last week, and it was an order that was directed by order that came after a direction to hear the case by the Supreme Court. That was a single judge order that was given. Now we can see that Edappadi K. Palaniswamy did go in for an appeal, and that was also heard on August 25th, and the verdict was given today by the bench of justices including Duraiswamy and Sundar Mohan, and now they have dismissed the order that was given by the single judge Jayachandran, and now they have let Edappadi K. Palaniswamy come back into the party, who was also selected as the interim general secretary during a general council meeting, and that is exactly currently happening here. You can see the card celebrating and giving away sweets to everybody and enjoying this party, and they are shouting slogans supporting Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, saying that. So this is the situation that is currently going on in the front of Edappadi K. Palaniswamy's house. We'll get more details. Please take a break.
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POCSO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg district jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income. And here's some political news that we are getting right now from Maharashtra. Sources have told Republic TV that the second phase of the cabinet expansion of the Shinde BJP government will take place on the 20th of October. About 20 leaders are likely to be inducted into the cabinet. Do remember that the first phase of cabinet expansion took place a while ago. I'm going to try and go across to Alisha, who's reporting on this from Goa, for more details. Alisha, give us more details in terms of what are the names that you're hearing who could be inducted into the new cabinet. We are also hearing that some former Congress ministers could also be inducted.
Political scoop that we are getting in from our sources, and that's a top source that has informed us that the second phase of cabinet expansion of Eknath Shinde and BJP government is in October. And more importantly, there are two former ministers, the two Congress leaders who are going to be inducted in the same expansion in the same cabinet is what we have been told. It's a two former Congress minister who is going to be inducted, likely to be inducted in Eknath Shinde and BJP government in the month of October. So there could be a split in the Congress leader as well. It's within the split within the Congress leader, because there are two leaders, Congress leaders, who are in talks with Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. It's a big political scoop that we are getting in for our viewers, that the second phase of cabinet expansion of Eknath Shinde and BJP government in October, where two Congress leaders likely to join, and they are going to be inducted in the cabinet. All the updates and continuously rolling on the story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Here is the case. A 64-year-old man, very powerful, is accused of sexually abusing and raping two minor girls who are aged 16 years and 17 years. The sexual abuse has been going on for 3 years. In other words, it started when this man, who you see there on the screen, when he was 61 years old, and when these girls were 14 years old and 15 years old. Today, these girls are under immense attack. And this 64-year-old man is getting nationwide support from politicians, social leaders, even some sections of the shameless media and religious activists. They say he's a religious leader. He has a status, they say. He has a status. He has a reputation. He's spotless, they say, spotless, above question of mere mortals. And in fact, Yediyurappa, recently promoted by the BJP to the highest decision-making body nationally of the BJP, making him one of the top 6 or 7 topmost leaders of India's ruling party nationally today. The same Yediyurappa says this 64-year-old man who's accused of merely raping and merely sexually abusing girls of the age of 14 and 15 is completely innocent, Yediyurappa says. In other words, he says that these girls who say they were abused when they were just 14 years old and who have endured abuse and rape by this man 5 times their age, Yediyurappa says they are liars. The children are liars. And viewers, if I ask questions about it, then these powerful people will ask me why I am defending these girls. Who should I defend? I ask you tonight. And who should I fight? Should I defend a man who surrounds himself with politicians and other religious figures and calls his alleged victims as conspirators and tries to get away with it? Should I defend the politicians who lack the...
While he's still in custody, the accused seer Shivamurthy is currently at the district hospital, and Ashwin is bringing us the latest details on this. Ashwin, take us through what's happening.
ICU ward in the hospital, Nupur. And this is the visual that we are coming now. The police is making arrangements for his movement from the emergency ward, from the casualty to the ICU ward from within the hospital premises itself. So these are the breaking updates that we are bringing right now. He is being shifted. He's being shifted right now to the ICU ward. We are awaiting more details. What is the health condition? All that remains unknown. We will be speaking to the hospital authorities. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we will be bringing you the minute-to-minute update on what is happening with the accused here at his hospitalization. Stay tuned and be back soon.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्र हित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Chief Pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POXO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान।
Play the visual up, replay that visual, replay. It's a very strong visuals, very dramatic visuals where the seer was taken from one block of the building to the other. He was earlier brought into the casualty center, and from the casualty center he was to be shifted to the ICU ward just 2 blocks away, and for that there has been a huge kind of a arrangement. There was one small ambulance which was brought in, then the seer lied down on it with a mask on, and then from within the premises, just hardly 50 meters away, he was carried on to the ICU block of the district hospital. Now these visuals are quite strong, quite dramatic. We also would hope that the accused seer is his health condition is fine, saying that the kind of movement that we see over here, we feel that there's certainly some kind of possibility that he will be admitted to the ICU ward, and that he will need further treatment. Now, just 50 blocks away, he was not even carried on a stretcher. He was taken in a small ambulance, and then the ambulance had gone in. The ambulance had gone into the block, and we are awaiting more details. What is his health condition? What are the health parameters? Is there a cause of concern? Is there any particular injury or any kind of an issue that he has? All this needs to be seen. Now, the same vehicle which dropped the seer, the accused seer, Sharnaru, is now going back empty. And these are the visuals that we are getting from the district hospital in Chitradurga.
And well, those are dramatic visuals that we are getting from our reporter Ashwin, who's on the ground in Chitradurga in Karnataka. The Karnataka seer who has been given 14 days judicial custody in the POCSO rape case of which he is accused. In custody, rape accused seer Shivamurthy now complains of chest pain, and going across once again to Ashwin, who's there on the ground. Ashwin, you're there. You're giving us those dramatic visuals. We're seeing visuals of the seer there, his face covered. Can we say crowds gathered around him, even as we are seeing that there's a large police deployment as well. Take us through what's happening.
Nupur, what we see here is that there is a huge bandobast that has been done by the police, but all that is not working out. There's a sheer crowd which is just pulling inside, and that is the reason the police is trying to use some little force to get these people out. As you can see on either side on the side, people are just looking out. Now, this is something that should have been actually been controlled by the law enforcement. Now these are not happening. They should have controlled the crowd over here. Now people are just walking in large numbers. There's some tense situation. There's a conflict between the police and the media. As you can see, there is a commotion over here. There is a push and shove that has happened. Some media people have been pushed by the police, but very, very dramatic. There was just this block was just 50 meters away, but the police could not even create a actual smooth route or smooth transition from one block of the building to the other, and they had to badly, in fact, have to say it's a very badly executed. See, after all, we have to respect the fact if there is a health issue, it is something very serious. It needs to be taken very seriously. So, even the gravity of the crime that he has been accused of, saying that this health concern is of importance to the law enforcement as well, and also at this juncture, it's a very thin line in which the police is also working on, because on one side they need to ensure that the health of the accused is taken care of, and the other time it's also important to control the crowd. Now this is a public hospital. And I just want to show you, in a public hospital, people are come over here in large numbers. This could have been controlled by the police. There was no need for any kind of arrangement where anybody could walk in and to keep shooting. This is definitely an insult. It's definitely it's a very bad way the police has done its job in ensure crowd control, especially when they knew that there could have been a better crowd control. Sir, crowd control ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಸರ್? ಇಬ್ರು crowd ಬಂದಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಕಳಿಸ್ತು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತು.
ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಸರ್? So again, evading questions, you can see it's the kind of arrangements which has been, this could have been completely avoided. They could have completely avoided. We see a throng of people, I don't know from where. ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ? ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ? So people are not even understanding. So people over here, you can see they just come out. We don't even know what kind of diseases they have, what kind of situation they have come up with. All have come together, and this is so unfortunate. The way the police has gone about in giving, at the end of the day, there has to be some kind of good treatment, that even if he's an accused, he's somebody who's respected by a lot of people. But saying that the way he has been handled is quite shameful. We see a complete commotion outside the hospital over here. There is no control, or there is no crowd control, no management of people. The police is just being a mute witness to the entire chaos that is unfolding right before us. Back to you.
So these are live visuals from the Chitradurga District Hospital. Ashwin there at the scene, covering this event live for us. Ashwin, this is Rukma here. When we talk about, the case as it stands now, as far as the police are concerned, how do you see this day as we are looking at it. How do you see this day panning out? First, there will be the medical checkup. What after that?
Rukma, after the medical checkup, initially before taking to the magistrate, there was a medical checkup which was already done. There was a primary medical checkup, and when that health parameters were fine, he was presented at the front of the the magistrate, 24-hour magistrate. He was presented. Now, before that. In between that itself, today early in the morning, he complained of a chest pain that came about. Now, when it comes to such an instance, Rukma, what is important for the police is to ensure that he is completely safe, because health is of prime importance, and this is a guideline that is given. The accused's health is more important than the depravity, the crime that he has committed at the time he has been in the custody. What we asked policemen was the people of such stature, they wouldn't even be able to take the kind of trauma that they go through when they are taken into custody and all that. So all those has to be considered by the police as well. And what you see here, what we see here is that once he has been brought in again early in the morning today, there has for almost in the emergency ward for 2 hours he was there, and suddenly he was shifted to the ICU ward over here, and we are awaiting what are the health conditions that he's going on, what is the health condition that he has on priority, and once we get a clarity on that, we will be giving you more information, Rukma. But at the moment, the due process at the moment, which should have been, is that once he is in the judicial custody, the case has to go forward. Then he has to be also taken for medical examination. So, what is the condition of the seer?
These questions asked to the medical doctors. He has shifted to ICU because he is having a serious problem.
What is the serious problem?
I don't know. It is asked to medical doctor.
Do you think he needs to be taken to Bangalore?
I don't know. It is all depends upon the medical.
So that's the council speaking to us. We will be giving you further updates on this. Stay tuned to Republic TV, as we will be bringing you all the minute-to-minute updates on the story in Chitradurga. Stay tuned.
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POCSO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg district jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The accused seer from Chitradurga Muruga Mutt is now admitted into the ICU ward of the district hospital in Chitradurga. We will be bringing you all the latest updates on this case, and stay tuned to Republic TV, and we will be bringing all the latest updates after the break.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्र हित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POCSO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg district jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्र हित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakhs.
You're watching live and breaking here on Republic, and here we are tracking at this point the story of the Muruga Mutt seer who has been charged under POCSO with rape charges, and yesterday after a prolonged Republic campaign he was finally arrested. As we speak, however, he has been admitted to the ICU in Chitradurga District Hospital. Republic there on the spot. Ashwin, our correspondent, bringing us all the updates as they happen. And those are visuals of the Muruga Mutt seer arriving for the medical checkup. All the details and updates coming up in a short while. Stay tuned and keep watching Republic TV.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Chief Pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POXO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान।
And in live and breaking news coming in now from the Supreme Court. The Apex Court has refused to hear the petition filed regarding the massacre of Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu and Kashmir. The petition was filed, a PIL was filed by Advocate Barun, and it sought direction from the government to rehabilitate or resettle Kashmiri Hindus and Sikhs, including those who migrated after the exodus in 1990. And onwards from Kashmir to any other part of the country. Now we hear from the Supreme Court that the Apex Court has refused to hear the case. The PIL was filed by Advocate Barun, and it had sought directions from the court to the government for rehabilitation of Kashmiri Pandits after the exodus of 1990. The court refused to hear the petition filed regarding the massacre of Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu and Kashmir. The petition was filed by Advocate Barun, and it had sought direction from the government to rehabilitate and resettle Kashmiri Pandits after their exodus from the valley and from then onwards since the 1990s. So, well, breaking news coming in from the Apex Court. The Supreme Court has refused to hear the case. And it's over to Rhythm now to take us through the meanings and to put this hearing that happened and everything that happened in the court out, what the Supreme Court said exactly in its refusal and more. It's over to Rhythm. Rhythm, it's over to you.
Well, let's tell our viewers, the Supreme Court has basically said, go before the concerned authority. They are not going to be hearing the petition. A petition was filed in the top court regarding the massacre of Kashmiri Pandits. The petitioner is asked to go before the concerned authority, which is the central government, and this petition has been withdrawn. What we are trying to say is, in a lot of cases that are asking for rehabilitation or resettlement of the Kashmiri Hindus and Sikhs who had migrated after the exodus in 1990, the Supreme Court is trying to say say that we are not the right authority to be coming for this. Go to the central government for relief because they are the right authority for rehabilitation. So I think it's a well thought of move by the top court of the country where they are only stating that it's the central government that has to be looking into this and not the top court. They heard the plea that is seeking also for an SIT probe into the attacks against Hindus and Sikhs in Jammu and Kashmir and to conduct a census of those victims and the exodus who are now residing in different parts. So the Supreme Court said, approach the government. Why should we? So then the advocate said the MHA has come out with a notification. It's a genocide of more than 1 lakh Hindus. And the bench said, have you made this representation to the government? After which the Supreme Court said, withdraw it, file an application before the government. And now that's what's going to be happening.
Right, Rhythm. Well, we'll have to leave it at that for now. Many thanks for joining us and for explaining all the many details. We'll be back with you later for more.
We are seeing that the Supreme Court is hearing the matter regarding the rehabilitation or the resettlement of the Kashmiri Pandits who left the valley at the time in the beginning of the 90s. The hearing is being done because it seems that the lawyer is looking for the relief from the court this time for the resettlement of the Kashmiri Pandits as well as Sikhs who lost their lives of their kids and kids. They want the resettlement of those. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV as far as the resettlement of the Kashmiri Pandit migrants is concerned.
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POCSO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg district jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन, आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive personal attacks on him.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POCSO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's.
And in other national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi commissions first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, the Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard. as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्र हित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The chief pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POXO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurti Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg district jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. Historic day for the Indian Navy as India's pride. The INS Vikrant sails across the sea. The Prime Minister puts focus on Indo-Pacific, says INS Vikrant is to provide security in the region. India gets rid of another sign of the colonial past as the Prime Minister unveils the new naval ensign. In custody for rape charges, Sir Shivamurti claims to be unwell, likely to be moved to Bengaluru. Big win for EPS as the Madras High Court sets aside its earlier order in favour of O. Paneerselvam. Yet another targeted attack in Jammu and Kashmir. A non-local labourer is shot at in Pulwama. Good afternoon. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We are straight across going to the latest that's coming in from the seer who's been accused. The rape accused seer Shivamurti now is complained of chest pain and has been shifted to the district hospital. Now this comes after he was arrested from his mutt and remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. Republic TV has also learned that he could now be shifted to Bengaluru's Jayadev Hospital. Now this comes as the seer, we are given to understand, complained of chest pain after he'd taken the requisite medical test and he was then taken to the district hospital in the area. Now we are learning that he could be moved to Bengaluru for further treatment. Do remember that he was arrested late last night at around 10:15 after there were sustained protests from various people outside the mutt. Thereafter, of course, we've also seen that he was presented before the magistrate court, which sent him to about 14 days of judicial custody. He was supposed to undergo the regular medical checkups that are done when someone is taken to custody. Those were done, and it's after those that he complained of chest pain. Let me go across to Ashwin, I think, who's...
Health condition. Wait, please. What's the current health condition, sir? Of the
condition is having heart problem is there since 10 years. Is having diabetes, sugar, and hypertension is also there. It will take 1 hour time.
What heart condition does he have?
Time.
What heart condition does he have?
He is having heart attack problem is there now. Myocardial infarction.
Myocardial infection.
Yeah.
Myocardial infection.
Infarction is.
How long has he been suffering from myocardial infection?
No. Suddenly it will come. He is having this one hypertension now.
Okay.
Due to hypertension, and he is having diabetes also from the last 10 years.
Okay.
Due to these problems,
Okay. And also, sir, what is the procedure now? Will any other expert doctors are coming?
Coming. 2 doctors are coming from down here. Okay. After they came, we'll take a decision.
Okay. The doctors are surgeons?
No. Cardiologist. Cardiologist.
Okay. And will he be shifted to any other hospital?
They will take decision in 1 hour after they came here.
When are they coming, sir?
1 hour they will come.
Okay, thank you. That is the district surgeon speaking exclusively to the public, stating that 2 expert doctors from Davangere will be coming here, and after they come, the decisions will be taken on whether he needs to be shifted to another hospital. But important point, myocardial infection, hypertension, and suffering from diabetes for the last 10 years. This is his health condition that the doctors have claimed, and that is the reason why they are taking this process slowly. His safety is of importance, is what we have got to understand. So once the Davangere expert doctors come, their decision will be the binding reason whether he'll be shifted or not. With video journalist Bhagat from Chitradurga, Ashwin Nandakumar, Republic TV.
From outside that district hospital in Chitradurga. What we know so far is that he is, of course, at the moment still at the hospital. A decision will be taken whether he needs to be shifted to Bengaluru or not. News just coming in. The Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Union Government and the Law Commission of India on a PIL that has been filed by the Hindu sannyasi Swami Jitendranand Saraswati, seeking population control measures. Now, we're given to understand that Gaurav Bhatia had appeared for the petitioner. So what we are getting to understand is that the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Union Government and the Law Commission of India on a PIL that's been filed by Swami Jitendranand Saraswati, seeking population control measures. Do remember that this comes at the back of several projections that seem to suggest that India could overtake China as the most populous country in the world sooner rather than later, as it was earlier thought. Now, the Supreme Court, of course, has issued a notice to the Union Government as well as the Law Commission on a PIL that has been filed by Swami Jitendra Anand Saraswati, seeking population control measures. There has been a lot of talk of putting in place several population control measures in India, and it is on this we are given to understand that the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Union Government and the Law Commission on population control measures. The notice, of course, has been issued over an issue that has been brought and a PIL that was filed by the Swami, where he's asked in a sense of what measures is the government taking to make sure that India doesn't become the most populous nation. So do remember that there's been a UN report that's been widely cited as the fact that India could surpass China as the most populous nation, and that has sent alarm bells ringing. Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, our legal editor, on the phone line with me. Rhythm, give us more details of what we are learning. The Supreme Court, of course, has issued a notice to the government as well as others.
Yes, so this is a petition that was filed in the Supreme Court, issues a notice to the Law Commission, Nupur, and as well as the central government. This is a PIL that was filed by Swami Saraswati. He is asking for population control measures. The Supreme Court has tagged this petition along with the earlier PIL on which the court had also issued a notice. So it's a crucial case, and senior advocate BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia also appeared in this case for the petitioner, in which the Supreme Court, as a first step, has issued notice.
All right. Rhythm, of course, is bringing us those details of what's happening. Rhythm, this obviously has become a great... this is causing a great deal of concern given the fact that there is a UN report that also suggests that India could perhaps overtake China very, very soon. And that's obviously sent alarm bells ringing.
Well, absolutely. This is also one of the things that has to be taken into consideration. The Supreme Court, in fact, when they were issuing this notice, they agreed to hear the PIL for population control measures. PIL that we are talking about also says, Nupur, like you are saying, that overpopulation is a violation of fundamental rights, and therefore the Supreme Court issues a notice. This particular PIL also seeks a reply on how to get population control. So very clear, we will be getting hopefully some views on this, because there was an earlier PIL also by Ashwini Upadhyay for population control law. We have to see how soon it will work out and what the framework for this will be. The petitioner earlier, when there was another PIL filed earlier, where the petitioner had said the population has put the existing natural resources under immense pressure and led to environmental population. We have to see how soon can the Supreme Court deal with this very glaring issue.
All right, absolutely. Rhythm, thank you very much for joining us on that. As Rhythm is pointing out, obviously, this is not the first time this PIL has been formed on the population control issue, and the government has been asked to reply on it. Now, terrorists on Friday morning fired upon a migrant labour in the Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. The victim has been identified as Munirul Islam, a resident of West Bengal. He was rushed to the nearby hospital where his condition is currently believed to be stable. The police have cordoned off the area, and more details, of course, are still awaited. Now, this incident does come after another migrant labourer from Bihar was killed, and 2 other labourers from Bihar were injured after terrorists hurled a grenade in Gandura village of Pulwama in Jammu and Kashmir. So pictures on your screen, of course, are of the injured migrant labourer who's been taken to hospital. We're given to understand that this happened in the early hours of Friday when this migrant labourer was fired upon by unidentified victims, by unidentified people. We understand he's been identified as Munirul Islam. He's a resident of West Bengal. He's been rushed to a nearby hospital, and sources in the hospital tell Republic TV that he is stable as of now. But these lone wolf attacks of firing on migrant labourers who are working in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in the Pulwama district, have raised questions over the security of these migrant labourers who are working in Jammu and Kashmir. Zeenat is bringing us the latest on this. Zeenat, this also does appear to be a lone wolf attack which took place earlier this morning in Pulwama. Now, to begin with, give us some more details on the condition of this migrant labourer.
A migrant labourer who hails from West Bengal and was working in the South Kashmir's Pulwama. This was the attack that was carried by the terrorists in the Niva, Urgund area of Niva, Pulwama. He has received multiple gun wounds and his condition is stable, although he was shifted from Pulwama hospital to Srinagar-based hospital for the advanced treatment. But if you talk about these wolf attacks and the kind of security arrangements that are there for them, it is not possible for any security agencies to provide the security to each and every individual in any part of the earth, because when we talk about the migrant laborers in the Kashmir Valley, they are in lakhs. So it is not possible for them. But yes, time to time we are seeing the advisories coming from the J&K police along with the army and other people that better is not to venture out in the evenings time. Although this attack has taken place in the morning when this laborer was on his way to the workplace when he was shot at. Although we are seeing the multiple cordon and search operations being launched by the police along with the army army in the South Kashmir, because we see also the frustration coming to the terror outfits when in less than 3 days they have lost almost 5 boys in different anti-terror operations. In Shupian, if we see that the 3 terrorists of LET have been neutralized, and in Sopore, Bhumai area where 2 terrorists of the JEM has been neutralized. So whenever the police or the army carry such anti-terror operations, we see usually a retaliation from the terror outfits. So they try to carry these lone wolf attacks where they are trying to target the migrant laborers or to create an atmosphere of fear, so that to show that they are also present on ground. But we are seeing the much more upper hand of the Jammu and Kashmir police. If we talk about the figures of the last 8 months, 140 terrorists have been neutralized in different operations, which is all-time high as compared to the years last or the previous years.
All right. Zeenath, of course, is bringing us details of this attack that took place early this morning. Thank you for that, Zeenath. As Zeenath was pointing out, the labourer is believed to be in stable condition right now. He's in a hospital in Pulwama.
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee has arrived at the ED's office in Kolkata. The Enforcement Directorate had summoned Abhishek Banerjee on August 30th to appear at the agency's Kolkata office in the coal smuggling case. To remember that the ED is probing the money trail of the alleged coal pilferage in Bengal and had summoned the Trinamool Congress National General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee for a fresh round of questioning today. This of course, took place earlier this morning, and Abhishek Banerjee was asked to present himself before a team of interrogators, some of whom have flown down from the ED headquarters in the national capital. Do remember that the Central Investigative Agency had questioned the MP at its headquarters for close to about 8 hours in March as well. So Abhishek Banerjee is currently at the ED's office in Kolkata, where he's being questioned by the ED that is probing the money trail of the coal scam. The Supreme Court, of course, had instructed the ED following a plea from Abhishek Banerjee in May that the agency could question him and his wife in Calcutta instead of Delhi. So what we are seeing on our screens right now is the ED office, where Abhishek Banerjee is presenting himself to be interrogated by ED officials. Now, what we know right now is that some of these officials have also flown down from Delhi to question Abhishek Banerjee. All right, we are cutting across to news that's coming in right now from Karnataka, where a second arrest has been made in the Seer Shivamurthy case. Now, we are given to understand that this second arrest has just been made. This is the warden of the hostel where these 2 girls were residing, who has been arrested. This is, of course, a big development in this case. You remember that there are 5 people who've been named in the FIR by the police. Now, the second arrest now being made. The seer, of course, Shivamurthy Sharanaru, was arrested late last night at about 10:15 p.m. after there were protests by various bodies outside the mutt in Chitradurg. Right now, we are learning that the Murg Mutt warden has also been arrested in this particular case. So this is the second arrest that is coming within a span of about 14 hours that these two arrests have taken place. Now, even as the second arrest has been made, the accused Seer Shivamurthy has complained of chest pain. He's been examined at the district hospital over there. There is some talk of moving him to a hospital in Bengaluru, but we're going to wait for that confirmation to come in. But this is another arrest that has happened in this particular case. Just to tell our viewers that there are two young girls, aged 13 and 15, who have accused the Seer of sexually abusing him. Abusing both of them for a period of about 3.5 years. Now, there are other people who've been named in that FIR that has been filed, and now the second arrest has been made. The warden of the hostel there has been placed under arrest. Ashwin is joining us right now. Ashwin, give us more details of the second arrest that has been made. Now, there are, of course, 5 people who were named in that FIR.
Absolutely, Dupur. The accused number 1 in this case was Shivamurthy Muruga Sharnaru. But there are other accused in the case, and they are Gangadharayya, Paramashivayya, and a minor who is also a part of the Mutt disciple, and then Rashmi, the warden. Now we have got a confirmation that the warden Rashmi has been confirmed to be arrested by the Chitradurga Rural Police a short while ago. Yesterday, Rashmi was called in, and there she was kept under detention, and she was questioned, and some of the information was collected from her. But today, the police, as per our sources, have marked the arrest of Rashmi, the warden. Now there are other co-accused also. Whether they will be also arrested needs to be seen. Gangadharayya and Paramashivayya are the administrators in the Mutt, and there is one minor Swami also, whose name of course we cannot take, as also one of the accused in this case. So one co-accused has now been confirmed to be arrested. Rashmi was the same individual who had in fact filed a counter FIR against Basavaraj and his wife Saubhagya Basavaraj for illegal detention and kidnap of the children. Now that for that case she had complained that there was an attempt of rape, and all similar cases were put against them. The same Rashmi is now been confirmed to have been arrested by the Chitradurga Rural Police. So slowly we can see the law is taking its course. One of the main accused, Swami Shivanaru, is right now inside the ICU. There is a kind of a simmering anger among some people. We did see that because some of these people believe that he is this entire thing of getting hospitalized is completely act, and there is no other reason. That is what they believe. But saying that it is imperative that the police have to take care of the safety of the accused, and whether he is, whatever may be the grave crime that he has committed, the same they have to ensure. So right now we also get to understand that Davanagere police, like the chief surgeon had earlier spoken to us, the Davanagere surgeons from Davanagere Medical College will be coming in a short while. They are experts in this field. They will decide. Now, one more interesting thing, Nupur, we have to confirm this. We would like to put it out to our viewers. We are getting an information, we have to confirm this yet again, that perhaps he may be airlifted, and there are some arrangements being made. This is an information that we have got unofficially from the police sources and some locals over here. There is probably going to be airlifting done, is what we get to understand. But we will confirm the same. But right now, one of the main accused, the Seer, is hospitalized. He is in the ICU ward. There has been a mayhem here. There was absolute zero crowd control. The way even the dignity of a patient was all taken out for a toss over here, and he is admitted right now. Meanwhile, the other arrest of the co-accused Rashmi has also been made. So definitely law is taking its course. Back to you.
Now, Ashwin, give us more details in terms of what the allegations against Rashmi are for, because she was the hostel warden, and she was meant to be taking care of those girls who were staying over there.
Nupur, being a POXO case, some of these, the actions and all that is difficult to secure from the police. But it's very difficult for the police to also give out what is the exact crime that they have done. But we will be looking at it. What we can presume is that the warden is in charge of the well-being of the children from day and night. So because of the responsibility that is there on the shoulder, if she has played a heed to it, maybe the children would have stated the problems to her. In fact, we had also in fact, if we just go back a little bit, in the Cotton Pit police station, when the children had raised the complaint, they in fact had said the warden was also, giving them a very hard time. So could be that, or it could be that she has been partaking in the crime. She has been silent over the accused alleged assault that the survivors in this case had to go through. But we cannot say it for sure. But all we know right now that Rashmi has been taken into custody, and more accused are there, the two other administrators. One of the administrators was sacked from the MUT. So obviously his arrest is also imminent. We are waiting for those updates. We are also getting an unconfirmed report that perhaps there is an arrangement being made to airlift the sage, the accused here, from Chitradurga to whichever hospital he will be taken out to. But that is very, very initial reports. We will be confirming that also very soon. Back to you.
Absolutely. As Ashwin is pointing out, we are now getting unconfirmed reports that he could be airlifted. But that aside, Ashwin, there is considerable anger amongst people over there. You know, we saw the sustained protest that took place outside the MUT over the fact that the police were seen to be going slow in this particular case. Now, in just about 12 hours, we're already seeing 2 arrests being made.
Yes, there is a simmering anger for sure. Apart from the protest, see, it is because of the series of protests that has taken place, and also just before the anticipatory bail hearing, that the seer decided to face the law, and that is why in the dead of the night, the police took the act of marking the arrest. And the whole thing that we did yesterday, we covered the last live that we gave was today, actually early in the morning at 12:40. We had given it live, so it was at that particular time when all these actions had taken place. Now the crime is such grave that it has been not a single incident of sexual assault as alleged. So we are bringing all the details. We would like our viewers to stay tuned, but we will be bringing the latest update of the story after the break.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
The Chief Pontiff of the Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga Sharanuru, was arrested in the POXO case last night. The police said that the second person who's been in custody is also being questioned. Speaking to media persons, Chitradurg's SP said that after the medical checkup, the seer will be presented before the magistrate. The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has hit out at the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, saying that he flagged issues including anomalies in the excise policy and files not being signed by the Chief Minister as part of his duties towards the people of the national capital. The response has been nothing but subterfuge, amounting to defense of the indefensible and abusive.
The drone strike
which happened inside Afghanistan, inside Kabul, in which Zawahiri was taken out, the drone used Pakistani airspace, which clearly puts Shehbaz Sharif in the dock. No, we don't know where that drone came from. We don't know which airspace it used. As I said before, I would rather believe the Afghan Taliban than believe the Pakistanis. But what if the Afghans were bluffing? What if they were playing a classic move of checkmate?
Headlines at 12:30. Karnataka police makes second arrest. Muruga Math warden now placed under arrest. In custody for rape charges, Sir Shivamurthy now claims unwell, likely to be moved to Bengaluru. Top court issues notice to Government and Law Commission over plea seeking population control measures.
INS विक्रांत पर हो रहा ये आयोजन विश्व क्षितिज पर भारत के बुलंद होते हौसलों की हुंकार है.
It's a historic day for the Navy as India's pride INS Vikrant sails across the sea.
हम नौसेना के लिए बजट बढ़ाने से लेकर उसकी क्षमता बढ़ाने तक हर दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं.
Prime Minister puts focus on Indo-Pacific, says INS Vikrant to provide security in the region. Yet another targeted attack in Jammu and Kashmir. Non-local labourer now shot at in Pulwama district. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Right away, starting with breaking news coming in. And tracking the latest on the Shivamurthy case, where we understand that the seer, in fact, he was taken to the hospital just a short while back, and then more updates coming in. The latest being the warden has now been arrested. So the second arrest that have been made in connection with the Shivamurthy case. So the second big arrest in seer rape case. Ashwin is there standing by, reporting live from Chitramurthy. We'll go across to him as well. But we are now also learning that the seer could be shifted to Bengaluru Jaydev Hospital. That's the update coming in. That's a big Republic impact. The action that has now been taken. Remember, the seer has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. In the early morning, the updates that just came in. The seer has been taken to the hospital, and he's likely to be taken after the Chitradurga hospital. He's likely to be transferred to the Bengaluru Jaydev hospital is what we are given to understand. Remember, Shivamurthy is a religious, the seer is a religious leader of Karnataka's politically powerful Lingayat community. He was arrested late last night after massive pressure from the civil society. This, of course, comes after two minor girls have accused him of sexual assault, and a case was also registered against him 6 days ago. He has been booked under the POCSO Act. Well, we'll go across to Ashwin in just a bit, but tracking all the updates coming in. And those are the first visuals as well that we are playing on our screens of the seer after his arrest and while he was taken to the hospital as he complained of chest pain. And we have Ashwin joining us. Ashwin, if you could give us latest updates. We understand that the seer could be shifted to Bengaluru Hospital.
This is a apprehension that we all have. He could likely to be shifted because considering the facilities that is available in the ICU in the district hospital in Chitradurga, we're getting input that he would be shifted. Now, all that will be decided by an expert team of doctors who will be coming shortly from Davanagere. Surgeons from Davanagere will be coming over here. The district surgeon had exclusively spoken to Republic, and he had stated that the seer does have a myocardial infection. He also has hypertension. He's also been a diabetic for the last 10 years. So his health concerns are immediate. There are immediate needs for his health concern that needs to be done. And also for the ECG scan, there has been showing some variation, because of which the doctors have to take a final say. So whether he will be shifted to Bangalore or any other place, all that will be decided once the Davanagere team of expert doctors will come and give a final report. Till then, we're awaiting. In a short while, perhaps in an hour's time, we're expecting these team of doctors to come over here and conduct the necessary medical tests of the seer as well. What is also important, on the other hand, was the accused, another co-accused, Rashmi, who's a warden from the Mutt, has also been taken into custody.
Yes, and also Ashwin, if you could talk to us more about the late night action. We saw how the police, while we tried to confront and ask certain questions, they did not really make it very specific in answer to those questions about the arrest of the seer. If you could talk to us more about the statements coming in by the police officials as well.
Samiksha, last night was quite dramatic, to say the least, because the way the entire police had scrambled different units to deviate the attention of the media was something which was never seen before. We have never experienced before. In the dead of the night, he was taken into custody. He was arrested. He was taken out through the back door. Then the vehicle, went in different directions. So media had no clue. In fact, while we are giving the live updates yesterday, we had first gone to this very particular hospital to check. He has been brought in. Then we checked whether he's in Basveshwara Hospital, and then from our sources we got to understand that he has been taken to the DYSP office, which is 40 kilometers away from Chitradurga. Now that is where we got this exclusive
just hold
visual.
your thoughts for a moment. We have Brinda Adige also joining us. Ma'am, if I can get your quick reaction, how do you see the developments that have happened in the last couple of hours? Do you feel that the state police has finally been forced to act?
See, last night, very stealthily, this man supposedly surrendered. Police claimed that he was arrested. Now, by this morning, he has every ache and pain under the sun. So probably he must be treated for psychosomatic illness. What is this pain? What is this COVID after effects? All of this, I say, is a big joke. They are making fun of us citizens. And this other person who has been arrested is very good, but there are 3 others who are still absconding. And the police need to get all of them. What were the police doing all these days? Okay, the Swami was being protected by politicians and the state machinery. What were the police doing with regard to the other 4 of the administration? How come they went absconding yesterday? They were all around the Matha the whole 5-6 days. Today they have gone absconding. That is why I'm saying that they are making a fool of citizens, and this is unacceptable. You cannot, do all of this eyewash kind of actions when citizens, the paymasters, are demanding that action be taken just as per the laws and the procedure. Nobody is asking them to do any kind of charity or go out of their way. It's such a sad thing that 2 child victims have made a complaint. The FIR registered under special acts like POCSO and the prevention of atrocities against SC. Both of them call for immediate arrest. And this is what the Swami is doing now. Look at the waste of resources, state resources, giving him all of that protection because of the drama that he's creating over there. He must be taken into judicial custody. And whatever medical aid must be given, let it be given inside the custody itself.
Yes.
Why should he be brought to a separate hospital? Will they do that for other alleged accused? They would not do. They are treating this man with kid gloves and literally making fun of our laws.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and pertinent to mention here the kind of VIP treatment that seem to be is being given to the seer who has been arrested and has been put under 14 days of judicial custody. We'll keep tracking this big story, but for now, moving on to more breaking news coming in. Now, politics that has erupted over INS Vikrant, which is only peaking now as Vadra Congress has now said that India's first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, commissioned today, is a collective effort of all governments since 1999. Will Prime Minister acknowledge? Let's all recall original INS Vikrant that served us well in 1971 war. Much reveal Krishnan Menon, who played a key role in getting it from the UK. That's the tweet on your screens as well that has been put by Jairam Ramesh. So politics, full-blown politics that has now erupted over INS Vikrant, and the day when it's a day of pride and glory for the country. We understand that the Vadra Congress is playing politics over INS Vikrant, India's pride. Well, we try and get some reactions as well, but that is a tweet on your screens, the full-blown politics that has erupted over INS Vikrant. The first aircraft carrier, indigenous carrier that has been deployed. And Congress, they are saying that that it is in fact a collective effort of all governments since 1999. Going on to add that will Prime Minister acknowledge? Let's all recall original INS Vikrant that served us well in 1971 war. So politics there that has erupted over this. Remember, the INS Vikrant has been commissioned. It was unveiled by the Prime Minister. In fact, the Navy has commissioned its second aircraft carrier. INS Vikrant is the first indigenously built carrier to be commissioned. First naval warship to be designed by the Indian Navy, and it is built using domestically manufactured steel. So while India is taking pride over the fact that it has gotten its first indigenous aircraft, the full-blown politics that has erupted over it. Let's, on that note, listen into that soundbite of the Prime Minister once again.
वैश्विक परिवेश बदल रहा है, वैश्विक परिदृश्य बदल रहा है। उसने विश्व को मल्टीपोलर बना दिया है। इसलिए आने वाले समय में भविष्य की गतिविधियां और सक्रियता का केंद्र कहां होगा, ये भविष्य दृष्टि बहुत जरूरी हो जाती है। उदाहरण के तौर पर पिछले समय में इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन और इंडियन ओशन में सुरक्षा चिंताओं को लंबे समय तक नजरअंदाज किया जाता रहा, लेकिन आज ये क्षेत्र हमारे लिए देश की बड़ी रक्षा प्राथमिकता है। इसलिए हम नौसेना के लिए बजट बढ़ाने से लेकर उसकी क्षमता बढ़ाने तक हर दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं।
All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi is also joining us. Sir, it's a day of pride for the country, and where the whole country is rejoicing over the fact that India has got its first indigenous aircraft carrier. In fact, the INS Vikrant, we have the Congress that is playing now politics over INS Vikrant.
Look, this is a major national achievement, and I don't think we should at all be cussed. Like I have always been saying, in any mature democracy, there is a bipartisan consensus on issues of national security. This is a great achievement by the Naval Design Bureau, by the Cochin shipyard, which built the ship, by the DRDO. All the Navy itself has been involved. And I'm so happy to state that our Navy is leading the way in indigenization. It has always been. It is now today not buying a Navy, it is building a Navy. And that is most essential if India wishes to join the ranks of major powers. It is already a major power. We are well on our way to becoming a superpower. And that will only happen if we indigenize. India has now produced an indigenous aircraft carrier. It's one of the few countries in the world that has the capacity, demonstrated capability to build an aircraft carrier. I think we should all celebrate it. This is not a day to really carve or assign praise and blame to individuals since independence. We are talking of the achievement. Well, it is a cumulative achievement of the whole nation, but very specifically the Navy and the Coast Guard need to be congratulated. The Naval Design Bureau needs to be congratulated for the 37,500-ton aircraft carrier, a significant platform for the Indian Ocean, Indo-Pacific, and I'm sure it will serve the country very well. We need to be talking more in terms of when and how to get the third aircraft carrier, which is a necessity, because we need a much bigger aircraft carrier now with the steam catapult launchers so that heavier aircraft can be used, including airborne early warning aircraft, etc., can be launched from these ships. Right now we are having the 26 MiG-29s on the Vikrant, but hopefully we'll get the navalized version of the Tejas, and we are also going in for either the F-18 Hornet or we are going in for the French Rafale. 36 of them I am told now for our 2 aircraft carriers, and they should stand us in good stead till the navalized version of the Tejas is fully available and deployable on these aircraft carriers. This is a day to rejoice. It is a significant day for our Atmanirbhar campaign of self-reliance, autarky in critical weapon systems, which was a must in case we wish to be in the ranks of the major military powers of the world. We already are there. This cements our position, and this tells the whole world what India is capable of.
Yes. Well, Major General, as you've rightly put it, it is in fact a game changer for the country, and just one of those milestones for the country as well. A big deal indeed, and a big day for the country. On that note, let's also listen into what Jairam Ramesh had to say just a short while back, playing politics over INS Vikrant.
Well, this started before 2014. Our Prime Minister never recognizes continuity in governance. शासन में एक निरंतरता होती है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री उसको कभी स्वीकारते नहीं है. INS विक्रांत जो आज कमीशन हुआ है, जो कोचिन शिपयार्ड में बनाया गया है, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर है, एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है हमारे देश के लिए. पर इसकी शुरुआत 22 साल पहले हुई थी, और पहले वाजपेयी जी की सरकार, बाद में मनमोहन जी की सरकार, बाद में मोदी सरकार. एक शासन में निरंतरता होता, और 22 साल लगे हैं, और प्रशंसा हम करते हैं इंडियन नेवी के इंजीनियर अफसर जो काम किए हैं, जो कारीगर, जो बिल्डर हैं, फिटर हैं, मैकेनिक हैं कोचिन शिपयार्ड में. पर ये कहना कि ये सिर्फ 2014 के बाद की उपलब्धि है, ये बिल्कुल गलत. और हमें ये भी नहीं भूलना चाहिए कि 1957 या 1958 में हमने इंग्लैंड से एक एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर खरीदा था. वो तब के रक्षा मंत्री थे वीके कृष्ण मेनन, और उनकी दूरदर्शिता के कारण हमने एक एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर खरीदा. उसका नाम हमने रखा INS विक्रांत, और ये एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर हमारे देश में बनाया गया है. बहुत बड़ा कदम है, पर मैं बार बार कहूँगा 20-22 साल लगे हैं, और सभी सरकारों को श्रेय मिलता है. पहले वाजपेयी जी की सरकार थी, बाद में ये जब INS विक्रांत निर्णय लिया गया कि इसको डिकमीशन करना चाहिए, ओरिजिनल INS विक्रांत, उसको हम डिकमीशन करेंगे और एक नया एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर हम खुद बनाएंगे. तो शुरुआत वाजपेयी जी की सरकार के समय में हुआ, बाद में मनमोहन सिंह जी के सरकार में 10 साल में यूपीए के कांग्रेस लेड यूपीए सरकार के समय में बहुत बड़े बड़े कदम लिए गए, काम किया गया, और आज वो कमीशन है. आज के प्रधानमंत्री को कहना श्रेय खुद.
Well, we have BJP Shehzad Poonawalla also joining us. Sir, if you heard that soundbite of Jairam Ramesh trying to take credit for INS Vikrant, would you want to respond to that?
Congress party always does Rajniti over Rashtra Niti and Rashtriya Suraksha, and therefore this is true to their DNA. I would ask Mr. Jairam Ramesh, he should take credit for not trying bulletproof jackets for 10 years for our armed forces. He should take credit for not developing infrastructure on the LAC, as was said by Mr. Anthony. He should take credit for blocking the Rafale. He should take credit for doubting the bravery of our soldiers in surgical strikes and in Balakot strikes and Galwan. He should take credit for trying to put the blame of Pulwama on India. He should take credit for time and again politicizing the armed forces and denying them even the National War Memorial for decades. He should take credit for not giving the armed forces OROP. You know, it's so petty that on a day when we are celebrating the power of Atmanirbhar Bharat, on a day when a historical stride has been made, we've entered the elite club of nations which can manufacture its own and design its own warship, such a big warship. At that day, instead of celebrating the power of Atmanirbhar Bharat, 140 crore Indians, you have the Congress party so petty that they can't get over giving credit to one family. Mr. Jairam Ramesh should definitely give credit to the first family for retaining George's cross in our Navy Nishan for so many decades. Why was the cross not junked and discarded at the very first instance after independence? Why did it take Prime Minister Modi and earlier than that Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee to get rid of the cross which most colonial navies had got rid of? So, you know, the Vajra Congress is so desperate for credit. It's really belittling the achievements of our armed forces, but then it's true to their character. Every issue of Rashtriya Suraksha and Rashtriya Niti has been a subject matter of Rajniti by the Congress. Please pick it up and see the last 10 years, 8 years.
All right, we'll leave it at that. So Shehzad Poonawalla there and Major General G.D. Bakshi, thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll continue to get you live coverage as we track all the latest. Indeed, a big moment for the country as India's first indigenous aircraft gets wings.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन
को समर्पित होने।
Minister Modi commissioned the first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard, received as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony. Taking on Gulab Nabi Azad, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh claimed that the ground reality of the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir is different from the one manufactured by people sitting in the national capital and Modi Sarkar's sanctioned bungalows. In custody for rape charges, Seer Shivamurthy now claims unwell, likely to be moved to Bengaluru. Top court issues notice to Government and Law Commission over plea seeking population control measures.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
And in other national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi commissions first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, the Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krishak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
And in other national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi commissions first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, the Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Top Lingayat seer Shivamurthy has just been arrested. Big victory for Republic. Non-stop campaign. We've come under a lot of attack from powerful people supporting Shivamurthy.
We are outside the DYSP office. We had gotten information that he has been brought into the DYSP office, but the police over here claims complete ignorance of where the whereabouts of the seer is.
Breaking news there. First pictures, we are getting in some grainy pictures. Shivamurthy there on those visuals, and maybe he's been arrested or picked up, taken to a hospital.
Who will give the right information, sir? Sir, please tell, sir. We are from the media. You can tell it in the public. The public wants to know, sir. Right now, these are the official visuals that are coming. As you can see, the one side has been covered. There has been a cordon of police. More than 50 policemen are over here.
The headlines at this hour. Karnataka police make a second arrest. Muruga Mutt warden now placed under arrest. And under rape charges, under POXO, seer Shivamurthy now claims unwell, likely to be moved to Bengaluru. Top court issues notice to government and law commission over pleas seeking population control measures.
तालियों के साथ आइए स्वागत करते हैं भारतीय नौसेना में INS विक्रांत का।
3 चेतक हवाई जहाज, इसके अलावा 3।
It's a historic day for the Indian Navy as India's pride, INS Vikrant, sails across the sea.
हम नौसेना के लिए बजट बढ़ाने से लेकर उसकी क्षमता बढ़ाने तक हर दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं।
Prime Minister puts focus on Indo-Pacific, says INS Vikrant to provide security in the region. Nation celebrates, but Vadra Congress tries to take credit, says it's a collective effort. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story at this hour, the second arrest has been made by the police in the seer case of Karnataka. Warden of the Mutt has now been placed under arrest. This comes after rape accused seer Shivamurthy complained of chest pain earlier in the day. He has now been shifted to the district hospital in Chitradurga. This comes after the seer was arrested from his mart and remanded to 14 days judicial custody. Republic has also learned that he could be shifted to Bangalore Jayadev Hospital. So reports coming in of another arrest being made by the police. Ashwin, it's over to you for this breaking development here. We are hearing that a second arrest has been made in the Karnataka seer case.
Absolutely, Rukma. Right now, the warden of the hostel, which is in the Mutt, Rashmi, has been taken into custody, and he has been taken into custody. And these are the, and the warden was taken into custody, and arrest has been marked. Yesterday, she was taken into detention. She was questioned and let off. But today, the arrest has been marked. Now, there were other accused in this case. Apart from Shivanaru Swamiji, there is also the Rashmi, who is the warden, and two other administrators, along with a minor Swami as well. We cannot take the name, but there are 5 accused in this case altogether. Now, the main accused, the Swami Shivanaru, is already was taken into. He was arrested, but because of some chest pain and some issues that he has been admitted, we have begin to understand that the team of experts from Davanagere has already come, and the chief surgeon, the district surgeon, had stated to us that he is having myocardial infection. He's also got hypertension and has been suffering from diabetes for the last 10 years. So he has been showing some variation in his ECG. These are the information that have been officially given to us by the hospital authorities. Now, the DHO has also made some statement about his whereabouts, and saying that the medical group has also come to check. Now, once based on their final analysis, it will be decided, Rukma, whether he will be taken off. We had got some unconfirmed reports that he may even be airlifted. Considering the age he has, he may even be airlifted. There are some arrangements being made, but we are yet to confirm the same. But that is another development. And meanwhile, Rashmi has been arrested. 2 more accused are yet to be arrested, and those details are being awaited. Why they are not yet been taken into custody remains to be seen. Gangadharaya, as well as Gangadharaya and one more administrator, is still not been taken into custody by the police. Gangadharaya and Paramashivaya, these are the 2 other administrators, apart from the minor Swami, who are yet to be apprehended. Those details are yet to be known as well, Rukma. So at the moment, there's a huge drama in the hospital, in the district hospital, that has taken place. We have seen that the sage was shifted from the one block to the other, just 50 meters away, in an ambulance itself, and he was lying down. We had those visuals also playing down. Now, his health remains a concern. Of course, no matter what grave crime he has committed, for the law enforcement, they have to follow the Supreme Court order, as well as the way the treatment of an accused has to be done. That has to be done with utmost care, because the health aspect of the accused is of importance. So they cannot take anything at any emotional level, or whether he's lying or not. All that they cannot decide. All that medically the doctors will give the final say. So Davanagere doctors have the final say on his health whereabouts, and we are awaiting an official statement from the hospital in that regard. Back to you.
Right. Meanwhile, breaking news coming in. Sources tell us, Ashwin, that the accused here is likely to be airlifted in a short while from now. As Ashwin was just telling us, he is lying outside there, or is it inside the hospital, Ashwin? But we clearly believe that, know now that he is out of the ICU, out of danger, after having complained of chest pains. As you say, full care is being taken by the law enforcement agencies in order to ensure that he is safe and he is taken care of health-wise. He is likely to be airlifted in a short while from now. Ashwin, another important question. He is a revered seer, the pontiff of a mutt which has thousands of followers. Thousands of his followers perhaps come and meet him every day. Is there any, was there any prior knowledge that, of his being unwell earlier?
The surgeon over here, when we spoke to him, the district surgeon, had stated that he has been suffering from diabetes for the last 10 years, and he has also have a history of heart disease. he didn't exactly tell what is the heart disease that he's been suffering from for the past many years. But right now, what he said was there is a sign of a myocardial infection. So this has been stated by none other than the district surgeon. So we are awaiting those official details. Now, of course, there's an anger that is simmering. There is one side of people who are saying all this is a big, huge drama that is taking place. There is no, he wouldn't have any kind of disease. He is still being given a long rope. But as far as the media is concerned, we have to only go by what the hospital authorities say. We cannot take in the emotion, the face value of the emotions of the people who are outside. Some of them, many of them are standing here around me. You know, this has become like a. It's unfortunately that's another aspect. The police is not able to even control the crowd over here. It's a hospital and people have to come in large numbers to get treated. But we see like it's almost like a tourist spot where people are just glancing over at the ICU. So all this reeks of the way the police is functioning here. It absolute mayhem, absolute chaos, and even no matter what, the dignity of the patient has to be considered. All that has gone off the table. What we are seeing is complete chaos and mayhem. The police unable to control. But justice has to be delivered. The seer has to face the law, no matter what. Important part is, Rukma, if this chest pain was not been there or this condition was not be then, ideally he would have also been taken for medical examination to check his vitality, whether he is capable of committing the crime which he has been alleged to. So that is an important aspect which has to be taken into consideration. Now that is now been extended. Now only once his functions are stable, once his heart and his hypertension and diabetes are stable, only then can the police go ahead with those kind of investigation to go as per the investigation process. But all that has now been kept aside. We are yet to see whether he will be cleared from the ICU, whether he'll be taken out. All that is yet to be seen, Rukma.
Right, Ashwin, and when we talk about, well, we'll come back to, you know, what you were saying about the kind of anger that erupted before the seer's arrest. But let's listen in to reactions coming in and more information that will give us more information about this, about the case.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತುಗಳು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡುವುದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
It is not right for me to comment. I don't want to give any kind of explanation right now. It is not a right thing to do.
ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡುವುದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ.
The rule is taking its course, the law is taking its course, everything is followed as per the law. At a juncture like this, it is not right to make any kind of comments as what the Chief Minister has stated.
Right, Ashwin, we were just listening to, well, the translation as you spoke of what Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai is saying about this particular case. Well, what do we understand from his statement and the statements of various other leaders of society in Karnataka, since we've heard them, but, well, in particular, the Chief Minister's statement right now?
Davanagere Hospital. These are the visuals that are coming off the health officials from Davanagere who are here. These are the visuals that we are getting in you right now, viewers. These are the visuals of the health experts from Davanagere who has come down. They come in this surgical uniform as well. But we can see two individuals over here. More people are likely to come over here. And as you can rightly see, now you see like there is a crowd over here thronging. There's absolutely no need. This is a district hospital. You can see the police is just shouting. There is no point, there's no kind of a crowd management that has been done. As if it's like some kind of a tourist spot. The police is unable to control the crowd to give a basic dignity to the individual who is getting treated. Now, these are the visuals of the Davnagare health officials coming over here. As I said earlier, their views are important. They are the final say. They're going to check him. The seer is going to be checked. Now, this vehicle is moving towards the ICU section. The vehicle is moving towards the ICU section, and we will be also giving you more details once they get in. Like right now, these are the pictures that are coming in from outside the ICU in the district hospital at Chitradurga. The health officials from Davnagare Hospital is here.
Right, Ashwin. Well, we had broken the news earlier that he was to be airlifted. What are you hearing about that?
Yet that is yet to be confirmed. As I earlier said, this is an initial report. We have to confirm the same. We have got from a source, from a local source who has got this information, but we are trying to confirm the same. Could he be airlifted? But is that facility being getting ready just in case of any kind of an emergency is what needs to be seen. That could be a possibility, but we will confirm it very soon. But there is some kind of an arrangement that is being made. Maybe that's a backup arrangement, or we don't know whether that's the main arrangement that is being done. But somehow we have got this information from our sources who has always been right, and we believe that we will be able to give you a complete, we'll be able to confirm the same once we get some more information, because we have to physically go there and see as well the area where the helicopter, the landing can all be done. Only that we'll be able to confirm. But now we only have an unconfirmed report that he may be airlifted, because considering the age, if he needs to be urgently rushed to Bangalore, then road is probably not the right option, because it's 200 kilometers away. It will take about 4 hours by road to reach. Taking the traffic also into account, it will take about 4.5 hours. But airlifting could be an easier job. So that is probably one of the reasons why there could be, I repeat, there could be a possibility of being airlifted as well.
Right, possibility of being airlifted to Bangalore. Well, that is yet to be confirmed. Our reporter Ashwin telling us that sources have told us that this could be a possibility, considering the age of the pontiff, the care that has to be taken at this point in this particular case. The Karnataka seer, as we just saw in the hospital there, in the district hospital at Chitradurga. Meanwhile, let's go back. Ashwin, let's go back once again. Another arrest made in the case. That's a very crucial breakthrough. You also mentioned some other names and individuals who are under the scanner. So Karnataka police clearly hard at work.
Definitely, Rukma. Karnataka police is definitely under work. What we get to, as I rightly pointed out, there were 2 other accused after Rashmi. Apart from the minor, there's 2 more other accused who are the administrators, and these administrators also have to be taken into custody, and that is what we are awaiting. The Chitradurga Rural Police is taken up the case, so we are get the details of it, whether they have also been arrested. We are closely monitoring, because as I speak to you, we are also getting a lot of information around. So we are trying to get those details. So Gangadharayya as well as Parabashivayya, these 2 individuals are also yet to be arrested. There is possibility that that those 2 individuals who are the co-accused will also be arrested, considering the fact that the first accused has already been taken right before the hearing, just 12 hours before the hearing of the anticipatory bail. So in all likelihood, more arrests are possible in the day, but we will be giving you those updates once we get an official confirmation of the same.
Right. Well, and even as you see, those are the latest visuals in the Karnataka POXO case, in which a pontiff of a major mutt with thousands of followers has been arrested in the case, and more arrests are being made. And Ashwin, right now, as you said, we see that the crowds are thinning out at the hospital. What is the scenario like around you? even as we speak. Earlier, you had also mentioned that there was a huge furor,
Rukma,
anger. Was that across?
Yes, Rukma, what we want to tell you is like we have got yet another confirmation that there is some ground which is being prepared near the mutt itself for airlifting. This is another confirmation. This is a second source telling us, confirming the same. So we will be giving you those details as well. But airlifting possibility is getting when we get more more such details, the more inputs, the more possible and more probable our information is, and that could probably mean that the seer could be airlifted today, because it will hardly take 15 to 20 minutes to take him to the best hospitals that is available in Bangalore, and road option will take 4 to 5 hours. So we are getting this information. So we will be trying to get those visuals also. So this is the breaking update. There is a high possibility of the seer being airlifted, the accused seer being airlifted. Back to you, Rukma. We will give you all the more details after we reach the spot as well. Back to you.
Right. And talking about the scenario at the district hospital in Chitradurga, sources tell us that the Karnataka seer who is charged under POCSO of assault is likely to be airlifted. He is out of danger now. He is out of the ICU. Earlier in the day, he had complained of chest pains. And right now, Karnataka police and hospital authorities there taking full care in order to ensure that his health is well taken care of. Meanwhile, a second arrest has been made in the case. Rashmi, the warden of a hostel run by the mutt, which the seer heads. And let's listen in as former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah former Chief Minister of Karnataka Siddaramaiah has tweeted, "The allegations against Chitradurga Muruga Mutt Swamiji are serious. The police should carry out impartial investigation based on the complaint filed by the girls and reveal the truth." So former Chief Minister of Karnataka has called for a free and fair investigation to reveal the truth of the complaint filed by the two minor girls in the case. He says that the truth should be revealed. Meanwhile, news is that the seer who has been given 14 days remand and had gone to the Chitradurga District Hospital for his medical checkup is likely, after he complained of chest pains, is likely to be airlifted to Bangalore. However, and our reporter Ashwin is on that story. Meanwhile, a second arrest has been made in the case. Rashmi, the warden of the hostel run by the mutt, which the pontiff heads, is under arrest. That's what we're hearing. Ashwin has been telling us about 2 or 3 other names as well, and we'll be getting back to him for more on that. Meanwhile, Karnataka police continuing with investigations into the case after the arrest of the seer who faces abuse charges and is being charged under POCSO. A second arrest made in the case. Let's take a look at other news stories now. A few Congress workers tried to stop the convoy of Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman by showing Congress flags and raising slogans of Youth Congress. According to police, today when Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's convoy was passing, a few people walking by the road suddenly removed Congress flags from their pockets and started raising slogans. However, the police and security moved them from the spot immediately. Congress workers have been shifted to the police station. The Congress workers who were picked up on the spot as they took out Congress flags and tried to protest and create a disturbance as Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was on her way, as a convoy was on its way. The Congress workers have now been shifted to a police station. A little while later, BJP supporters came onto the road with BJP flags in support. Aneri joining us with all the latest details on this story. Aneri, we're hearing about Congress workers trying to stop the convoy of Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and then being picked up by the police. What are the details?
Nirmala Sitharaman, the Union Finance Minister.
Nirmala Sitharaman, the Union Finance Minister, is on a tour of 3 days to Telangana, and also she has been visiting various places. But also at the same time, today when she was on the way to a location where she was going to inspect and meet people there a few Congress workers, few people who were walking by the roads, they removed the Congress party flag from their pockets and suddenly tried to stop the convoy of Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and also immediately the police officials reached the spot and made sure that nothing untoward happens, and so all these Congress workers were moved aside and the convoy was allowed to go. As we also see that there were police officials there who were on the spot. There was security which was also put in place, but now we have been seeing that after the convoy of Nirmala Sitharaman left, we also saw that there were sloganings which happened between the BJP and the Congress workers. But however, now the police officials say that these Congress workers have been now shifted to the police station, and also at the same time we see that how these youth Congress workers were raising slogans of Youth Congress, and also they showed the Congress party flag to the convoy near the Nirmala Sitharaman's vehicle which was moving, and this happened in Kamareddy district of Telangana. Well, now police officials have brought the situation under control, and more police force have been deployed in and around the area.
Well, many thanks, Aneri, for joining us there with those details. So, as Aneri was telling us, Congress workers tried to block the convoy of Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and they waved black flags, and there was sloganeering followed by counter slogans that were made by BJP workers. All the details coming up here on Republic. We'll get in touch with Aneri once again later on.
In Mumbai, 3 MNS leaders have been arrested for assaulting an elderly woman, the video of which also went viral on social media. The leaders were seen assaulting the woman and even hurling abuses. Taking cognizance of the matter, the police has arrested the accused under relevant sections of the IPC. Condemning the incident, Shiv Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi demand sacking of the accused MNS leader from all party posts.
जल्द से जल्द ये जो इंसान हैं जो वीडियो पे पकड़े गए हैं, ये उन महिला से माफ़ी मांगे और महाराष्ट्र की सारी महिलाओं से माफ़ी मांगे, भाषा के लिए माफ़ी मांगे और उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष उन पे सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करें।
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
As Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is on a 3-day tour to Telangana and visiting various places under a program of the BJP, well, now we see that the Youth Congress leaders tried to stop the convoy of Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and also they raised slogans. However, after which we see that the police officials moved these Congress workers to the police station and brought the situation under control. But also at the same time, we see that there was a sloganeering which took place between the BJP and the Congress workers there on the spot. However, now the situation has been brought under control by the police officials in Kamareddy district of Telangana. We'll bring you more updates on this after a short break. We'll be right back.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home.
It's a victory for the media. Top Lingayat seer Shivamurthy has just been arrested.
We are getting the information that the seer has been taken to the DSP's office. We are going to go there. Right now, we are trying to track it. Right now, these are the official visuals that are coming. As you can see, the one side has been covered. There has been a cordon of police. More than 50 policemen are over here.
Top headlines of this hour: Karnataka police makes second arrest. Muruga Mutt warden now placed under arrest. In custody for rape charges, seer Shivamurthy now claims unwell, likely to be moved to Bengaluru. Top court issues notice to government and law commission over pleas seeking population control measures.
के साथ आइए स्वागत करते हैं भारतीय नौसेना में INS विक्रांत का।
और 3 चेतक हवाई जहाज, इसके अलावा
It's a historic day for the Navy as India's pride, INS Vikrant, sails across the sea.
हम नौसेना के लिए बजट बढ़ाने से लेकर उसकी क्षमता बढ़ाने तक हर दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं।
PM put focus on Indo-Pacific, says INS Vikrant, to provide security in the region.
In 2014, our Prime Minister never recognizes continuity in governance. ये कहना कि ये सिर्फ 2014 के बाद की उपलब्धि है, ये बिल्कुल गलत है।
Nation celebrates, but Vadra Congress tries to take credit, says it's a collective effort. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. It is a Republic TV impact that the Karnataka seer now has been arrested, and we're getting you all the top updates. Now, we're also telling you about the seer's arrest in medical condition and the likelihood of Shivamurthy being airlifted to Bengaluru in the wake of his illness. That's a top huge lead we are getting for you. The ground is being readied for airlifting, and the seer is likely to be airlifted. That's a big news we are telling for you right now. Remember that after the arrest, a rape accused seer Shivamurthy had complained of chest pain, and he was shifted to the hospital. And what we're learning right now is that he might be shifted to Bengaluru's Jaya Deva Hospital. In fact, just a short while back, the seer was shifted to the ICU after his medical checkup was done in the hospital amid huge security arrangements. This is coming on the back of the chief of the Mutt in Karnataka being accused of sexually abusing 2 minor girls who were staying in one of the hostels administered by the Mutt. Big reactions also coming in on this story. Let's have a look and listen in.
Condition is having heart problem is there. Since 10 years he is having diabetes, sugar and hypertension is also there. It will take 1 hour time.
What heart condition does he have? What heart condition does he have?
He is having heart attack problem is there now. Myocardial infarction.
Myocardial infection?
Yeah.
Myocardial infection.
Infarction is
How
there.
long has he been suffering from myocardial infection?
No. Suddenly it will come. He is having this one hypertension now.
Okay.
Due to hypertension and he is having diabetes also from the last 10 years.
Okay.
Due to these problems is.
Okay. And also, sir, what is the procedure now? Will any other expert doctors are coming?
Coming. 2 doctors are coming from Davangere. Okay. After they came, we'll take a decision.
Okay. The doctors are surgeons?
No, cardiologist. Cardiologist.
Okay. And will he be shifted to any other hospital?
They will take decision in 1 hour after they came here.
When are they coming, sir?
1 hour they will come.
Well, that was a district surgeon speaking to Ashwin. Our reporter on ground is breaking on the leads. But hitting out, CPM has also now questioned the role of police and asked why delay in investigation.
ये पूरी घटना जो मठ के शेर के बलात्कार केस के आरोपी हैं और वो भी माइनर बच्चों के साथ, तो निश्चित रूप पर सवाल ये उठता है कि 6 दिन क्यों लगे? क्या हमारे देश में अभी कानून लोगों की पदों को देखकर लागू होगा? तो ये बेहद गलत हुआ और ये मैसेज जो जाता है वो भी बिल्कुल गलत है। और उन बच्चियों के साथ उनकी पेरेंट्स के आज क्या हालात होंगे? हिम्मत की इतने इम्पोर्टेंट व्यक्ति के बारे में सच बोलना, और क्या उनको भी ये सज़ा नहीं है कि 6 दिन तक उनको गिरफ्तार नहीं किया? तो ये डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स रेप केस या सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट केस में होगा तो हमारे देश की महिलाओं के सामने जो प्रश्न उठते हैं कि अभी न्याय का प्रक्रिया पॉलिटिक्स से जुड़कर तय होगा, तो निश्चित रूप पर हिंदुस्तान की महिलाओं के लिए बड़े ज़बरदस्त प्रश्न उठते हैं।
ನಾನು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಸವರಾಜು, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಜನ್ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ. ಈಗ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಯಿಂದ ಇಬ್ಬರು ತಜ್ಞ ವೈದ್ಯರನ್ನು, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ 2 ತಜ್ಞ ವೈದ್ಯರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ಅವರೀಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ರೋಗಿಯನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೂಲಂಕುಷವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಶೀಲಿಸಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪದೇ ಚೆಸ್ಟ್ ಪೇನ್ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಈಗ 10 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ BP ಶುಗರ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ 2 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವರು. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ECG ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ತಿರುಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಾರಿ ಈಗ ECG ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರೋದು ದೃಢಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಒಂದು ಇವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೈಯರ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ.
All right, the district surgeon there is speaking to my colleague Ashwin, where he has categorically said that the seer has diabetes and hypertension, and a final decision will be taken soon whether he needs to be moved to Bengaluru. Big updates coming in at this point of time. Just a short while back, remember that the chief pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt
has been brought to Chitradurga district jail in Karnataka after he was sent to 14-day judicial custody in the case of the alleged sexual assault of minor girls. And we are also learning, according to sources, that the police will seek police remand in the open court tomorrow. But for now, the health of the accused is making headlines because just after being arrested, the rape accused Seer Shivamurthy has complained of chest pain, and we are hearing that he might be shifted to Bengaluru. Time for national updates right now. PM Modi commissioned the first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant at a ceremony there in Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, PM Modi received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard. Received a Guard of Honor as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony. Taking a jibe at Ghulam Nabi Azad, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh claimed that the ground reality of Congress in Jammu and Kashmir is different from the ones manufactured by people sitting in New Delhi in Modi Sarkar-sanctioned bungalows. The Chief Pontiff of Sri Muruga Mata Shivamurthy Muruga was shifted to a district hospital after he complained of chest pain earlier on Thursday. Karnataka police arrested him for the alleged sexual assault of 2 minor girls, and following the case, he was sent to 14-day judicial custody today. Telangana CM K. Chandrasekhar Rao avoided giving a direct response to a question about whether Bihar CM Nitish Kumar will run as the opposition's candidate for PM, saying that the opposition parties would meet and make that decision. Trouble for Aam Aadmi Party spill over to Punjab as the Congress party demanded a CBI probe into the liquor policy drafted by the Maan-led government. Punjab's leader of opposition, Pratap Singh Bajwa, submitted a memorandum in this regard to Governor. According to the Congress party, the new policy has caused a huge loss to the state and rendered local traders jobless. The Punjab Women's Commission takes suo motu cognizance in the Aam Aadmi Party women MLA slapping case. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Baljinder Kaur was slapped by husband in the month of July. Punjab Women Commission takes suo motu on the issue to take further action. Terrorists fired upon a migrant labourer in Pulwama district of Jammu and Kashmir. Jammu and Kashmir police said that the victim has been identified there as Munirul Islam, a resident of West Bengal. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where his condition is currently stable. 3 MNS workers arrested after a viral video shows assault on an elderly woman. This comes after a video surfaced in which MNS workers can be seen abusing an elderly woman who ended up crying profusely over the treatment. The viral video sparked a massive outrage against the party led by Raj Thackeray. Viewers, getting some breaking updates right now. Hitting out at Nitish Kumar, Ravi Shankar Prasad has now said that Nitish Kumar is surrounded by corrupt people like Tejasvi, who is on his own election affidavit has committed about his involvement in money laundering and other criminal cases in which a charge sheet has been filed. There are many contenders of Prime Minister like Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar, Mamta Banerjee and KCR. So hitting out at Nitish Kumar, Ravi Shankar Prasad has made a couple of statements where he said that Nitish Kumar is surrounded by corrupt people like Tejasvi, who is in his own election affidavit has committed about his involvement in money laundering and other criminal cases in which charge sheet has been filed. So many statements there coming out from Ravi Shankar Prasad. He also said there are many contenders to become the Prime Minister like Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar, Mamta Banerjee and KCR. So BJP hitting out at Nitish Kumar's Mahagathbandhan government and the BJP hitting out at Nitish Kumar directly, where they're clearly saying that Nitish Kumar has many corrupt people surrounding him like Tejasvi, who in his own election affidavit, I repeat, Ravi Shankar Prasad saying clearly that who in his own election affidavit has committed about his involvement in money laundering and other cases in the charge sheet has been filed. So very, very strong statements there coming out from Ravi Shankar Prasad.
It is not a war of word, Prakash ji. It is a war of commitment in the fight against corruption. And that's what Honorable Prime Minister said from the rampart of Red Fort on the 15th of August. I'm going to fight against rampant family rule and rampant corruption. And I can proudly say, in the decision making of the Government of India, there is no corruption. We all know it, we have seen it. All the middlemen have no place. But a larger issue, Nitish Babu's present government is standing on what footing? 3. Those who have been convicted for corruption and those who are sincerely charge-sheeted and those who are patronizing. 1 wicket down from a law minister. Now, with great respect to Nitish Babu, this is the election affidavit of his Deputy Chief Minister, Tejasvi ji. In this, he has himself acknowledged he has purchased so many property from 2005, 2006, 7, 8, 9. What was it? And they are commercial property, residential property and agricultural property. Prakash Babu, what was his age in 2015-16? He's 32 now. Hardly 16 or 15 and a half or 17. What was his source of income? In the column of pendency of case, if you see, there is 420 Prevention of Corruption Act, Money Laundering Act, etc., etc. Now, he's a Deputy Chief Minister. Other ministers are too well known. And the second larger question is, Nitish, you left Laluji in 95 on what plank? Fodder scam corruption? The party was fighting our party. I had the privilege to be the lawyer. Sushil Modi was the petitioner. His national president, Lalan Singh, was the petitioner. Why you left 2017, Laluji? Because questions are not being replied on the issue of corruption. What happened today? Why? Therefore, Nitish Kumar's this whole change is a textbook case of political immorality.
All right, so we just heard Ravi Shankar Prasad hit out at Nitish Kumar where he said and made a couple of statements. He said that Nitish Kumar is surrounded by corrupt people like Tejasvi, who in his own election affidavit have committed about his involvement in money laundering and other criminal cases in which charge sheet has been filed. That's the big story we are tracking right now. Many strong statements coming out from Ravi Shankar Prasad hitting out at the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar. And we'll be getting you all those top updates as the day progresses. Well, much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. It's a historic day for the Navy as India's pride, INS Vikrant, sails across the sea. Plus, nation celebrates, but Vadra Congress tries to take credit, says it's a collective effort.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
And in other national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi commissions first indigenous aircraft carrier, INS Vikrant, in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, the Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded.
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಆದೇಶದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರು ಈಗಿನ 2 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವರು ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಏನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ನಾನು
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಳಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅವಾಗ ನೀವು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರ. ECG ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್?
ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಶುಡ್ಸೆ ಐ ಎಮ್ ಎ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಜ್ಯುಡಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಕಾಲಿಂಗ್ ದೆಮ್. ಅವ್ರ ಎಕೋಕಾರ್ಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೇನು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕಂತ ಅವರು ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಡಿಸೈಡ್. ಅವ್ರು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ
ಯಾವ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನು?
All right, we're getting many reactions coming in from Chitradurga there in Karnataka. Remember that the seer claims that he has heart disease. So seer could be now shifted to Bengaluru. That's what we're learning so far. Remember that the Karnataka seer was shifted to the hospital just after he was arrested. He complained of chest pain and he was shifted to a district hospital after he complained of chest pain. Republic TV has also learned that he could be shifted to Bengaluru jail.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಹಿಂದಿಂದು ನಾನು ಐ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ದಿ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್. ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾನು ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ. ಅದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ತಂಡ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಬಿಸಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೆ. ಆಗ್ಬಹುದು ಆಫ್ಟರ್ 60 ಏಜ್, ಆಫ್ಟರ್ 60 or 40, 50, 60 ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಮ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್, ಸಮ್ ಕಾರ್ಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ನ ಕರೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಬಂದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು
All right, reactions coming in. A lot of talk right now about what will happen next. That's what we are learning, that what will happen next. Because will he be shifted to that hospital in Bengaluru because he's complaining of chest pain? In fact, the surgeon, the district surgeon also said that he's having some kind of a heart issue, that he's also claiming that he has a heart disease. Remember that he was arrested, especially it's a Republic TV impact. After we reported on the story for the past 6 days, it was 6 days since the FIR was filed, but there was no arrest which was made. But after Republic TV's campaign, he's arrested. Next is what will happen? That is the big question we're asking. Will he be shifted to Bengaluru for further treatment? All right, many reactions coming in at this point of time. Let's also have a listen to what the doctors are saying.
Condition is having heart problem is there since 10 years. Is having diabetes, sugar, and hypertension is also there. It will take 1 hour time.
What heart condition does he have? What heart condition does he have?
He is having heart attack problem is there now. Myocardial infarction.
Myocardial infection.
Yeah.
Myocardial infection.
Infarction is.
How long has he been suffering from myocardial infection?
No. Suddenly it will come. He is having this one hypertension now.
Okay.
Due to hypertension, and he is having diabetes also from the last 10 years.
Okay.
Due to these problems,
Okay. And also, sir, what is the procedure now? Will any other expert doctors are coming?
Coming. 2 doctors are coming from Davangere. Okay. After they came, we'll take a decision.
Okay. The doctors are surgeons?
No. Cardiologist. Cardiologist.
Okay. And will he be shifted to any other hospital?
They will take decision in 1 hour after they came here.
When are they coming, sir?
1 hour they will come.
That's what you're learning right now. Back-to-back mega leads in the Seer case. Back-to-back mega leads in this same case. We continue tracking this big story. Seer claims he's unwell. What will happen next? Will he be shifted to Bengaluru for further treatment? We'll get you all the updates as they happen. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
And in other national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi commissions first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, the Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard as he arrived for the commissioning ceremony.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Chief Pontiff of the Sri Muruga Mutt, Shivamurthy Muruga, has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody in the sexual assault case of minor girls. He was brought to Chitradurg District Jail. The police will seek remand in open court today.
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा। आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
And in other national news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi commissions first indigenous aircraft carrier INS Vikrant in a ceremony at Cochin Shipyard Limited in Kochi. Ahead of the commissioning, the Prime Minister received the Guard of Honor at the shipyard.
Viewers, getting some breaking updates right now. Long lines and passengers stranded in Delhi airport due to Lufthansa strike. A crowd of approximately 150 people gathered on the main road in front of departure gate number 1, Terminal 3, IGI Airport, demanding the refund of money or alternate flight arrangements for their relatives, as 2 Lufthansa flights bound to Frankfurt and Munich were cancelled. Long queues, chaotic scenes at Delhi airport. We're showing you those visuals there. And this happened after a crowd of approximately 150 people gathered on the main road near gate number 1, demanding refund of money after 2 Lufthansa flights were cancelled. Madhurima, take us through what is happening right now. It seems as if these passengers, they are extremely upset. They're stirred up, and we also believe the cops are deployed there at the spot. Madhurima, can you confirm?
Well, there has been a lot of chaos at the Terminal 3 of the IGI Airport, Indira Gandhi International Airport, and all this happened after after the 2 flights, after the multiple flights that were cancelled by Lufthansa. Germany's flag carrier Lufthansa Airlines cancelled around 800 flights globally, and affecting around 700 passengers stranded.
Around 700 passengers stranded at the Terminal 3 gate at the Delhi IGI Airport. And following this abrupt cancellation by the Lufthansa, it was noted that all these passengers were urged and were riled up, and they wanted a refund. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more updates on this story, as the passengers of Lufthansa flights are filled with ire and are asking for refund.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Odisha government has distributed financial assistance of 869 crore rupees to 41 lakh small and marginal farmers and 85,000 landless farmers under the Krushak Assistance for Livelihood and Income Augmentation Scheme on the occasion of Nuakhai, the harvesting festival in Odisha.
उन्नति का पथ, उम्मीदों का रथ, सत्य की शपथ, हम हैं रिपब्लिक भारत, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
After the video of AAP MLA Baljinder Kaur assault by her husband went viral on the social media, the Punjab Women's Commission has taken suo motu in AAP woman MLA slapping case. The shameful incident was recorded in the CCTV cameras. Watch how AAP MLA's husband slap and abuse her. The July 10 clip, however, went viral after a period of 2 months. Condemning the incident, the Punjab Women's Commission chairperson said it is upsetting that a woman who raises public issues is facing harassment at home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Chief Pontiff
Karnataka police makes second arrest. Murugam Mutt warden now placed under arrest. In custody for rape charges, Seer Shivamurthy now claims quote-unquote unwell, likely to be moved to Bengaluru. Top Court issues a notice to the government and the Law Commission over pleas seeking population control measures.
के साथ आइए स्वागत करते हैं भारतीय नौसेना में INS विक्रांत का।
It is a historic day for the Navy as India's pride, INS Vikrant, sails across the sea.
हम नौसेना के लिए बजट बढ़ाने से लेकर उसकी क्षमता बढ़ाने तक हर दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं.
Prime Minister puts the focus on Indo-Pacific, says INS Vikrant to provide security in the region.
Started before 2014. Our Prime Minister never recognizes continuity in governance. ये कहना कि ये सिर्फ 2014 के बाद की उपलब्धि है, ये बिल्कुल गलत है.
Nation celebrates, but Vadra Congress tries to take credit, saying it is a collective effort. Very good afternoon. Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Samant, and the top story we are tracking at this hour. The second arrest that has been made in the Seer case, the warden has now been placed under arrest. This comes after the rape-accused Seer Shivamurthy complained of chest pain and has been shifted to a district hospital. This comes after the Seer was arrested, and of course even from his mutt that he was remanded to 14-day judicial custody. Republic has also learnt that the Seer could be shifted to Bangalore Jayadeva Hospital. In the meanwhile, we've also seen protests erupt in several places as anger is mounting, where activists are also saying that the chest complaint and the health complaint that is coming in from the Seer is also a way to build up such that he can evade the law. I want to cut across to my colleague Ashwin, who's been getting us all the updates on this story. Ashwin, for now, what is the latest development? Because anger is mounting that the Seer must cooperate and the law must take its course. However, his complaint of chest pain and the medical condition that the doctor has also validated. So what from now?
Suesha, yes, we are right now outside the district hospital in Chitradurga, where at the ICU ward, where the first accused in this case, Shivamurthy Muruga Shivanaru, has been taken. Now in the ICU itself, he's there, and we have got official confirmation that within half an hour, he will be shifted out from here and he will be taken to Jayadeva Hospital. This is the official confirmation that has come. This has come during the time when he was to be, his arrest procedures were going on today. Last night he was taken for medical procedure before marking his arrest after giving notice, and now he has complained of this chest pain. The district surgeon over here, Basavaraj, had stated that he is having hypocardial infection, and myocardial infection, and also he has been suffering from diabetes for the last 10 years, and also has got hypertension. And right now the ECG shows a variation that could possibly lead to some kind of a heart attack possibility, and that is why, for want of better treatment, he's being shifted to Jayadeva Hospital in Bangalore. Now, saying that, at the same time, one of the co-accused in this case, Rashmi, who is the warden, has also been marked arrested by the Karnataka police in this regard. 2 more accused are there, in fact, there are 3 more accused, 2 administrators, including Gangadharaya, as well as 1 more administrator, including a minor Swami, a saint from the order, is also the accused in this case. So Gangadharaya and Paramashivaya are yet to be arrested, but Rashmi, who was the warden, the same warden who had filed a counter complaint against the JDS ex-MLA Basavaraj and his wife, had now been taken into custody. In fact, yesterday she was taken into detention by the police. She was questioned and then let off, but today the arrest has been marked. The police investigation on that level is going, but at the moment the accused seer, the main accused, the seer, is undergoing treatment as we speak at the ICU ward in the district hospital over here. In a short while from now, he'll be shifted. There were some, as I stated, there were some unconfirmed reports that because of the health condition, they could look at airlifting, but that has been completely taken out now. There's no possibility whatsoever. Even the state police officials had stated they do not have that kind of a bandwidth to provide such kind of a facility to an accused. So that is also taken out. But he will be shifted to Jayadeva Hospital, Bangalore by road, and the doctor had also stated that all facilities are available within the ambulance itself, so that in case of any kind of a medical emergency, it can be taken. On the other side, there is a tension, there's an anger brewing, stating that this is part of a greater script for him to evade the law and evade the prosecution that could happen to him because of the case that has been alleged. Remember, Suesha, this is a case that has got POCSO, SC/ST Atrocity Act, and other strong acts of the IPC included. So certainly, even if he had gone for an anticipatory bail, which was all due today, there was no possibility of getting an anticipatory bail because there were multiple reasons. One reason being the amendment of 376 also gives the gravity of the crime. One girl has been abused for 1.5 years, other girl for 3.5 years. So certainly there was least possibility for anticipatory bail. But now the update, the development is that outside the ICU is waiting. He will soon be shifted to Bangalore. Back to you, Suresha.
Right, Ashwin, and as far as the seer is concerned, of course, we'll have to wait on what the police does next. But even in terms of the second accused, the police saying that she is being questioned, she is in custody, and also supporting that there is no political pressure on them. Now, this has obviously been a huge question that is being looked at from day one, ever since this case is moving forward. So what exactly is happening on the front of the second accused? Questioning that continues, and how are they planning to go about it?
Suisha, being a POCSO case, there are some limitations in which we can give the details of it. Saying that what we understand is that it is difficult to say what is the role the co-accused has played in this crime. Because it's a POCSO case, there is sensitivity to it. Some of these information cannot be divulged by any means, even through an unofficial source. But saying that what we see is the due pressure that has been put by the public. The public has been relentlessly pursuing this case, and for its 7th day of us pursuing this case, and we had put out minute-to-minute update, and finally, or after the fag end of the 6th day, there has been some action that we see. Just before the hearing of the anticipatory bill, there has some action. Now we see that one more accused has been arrested. So certainly the law has taken its course. It has been slow, certainly, but we can definitely say with all the certainty that it is due to the media pressure that we had continuously put because of the reporting that we have been doing on the ground that has led to the kind of an action that we see today. So one accused, the main accused in the hospital, and the other accused is arrested. More accused will likely to be arrested in the coming time. Suisha.
Very rightly said, Ashwin and Republic, in that relentless campaign that we finally saw the arrest of the seer. Of course, we are now tracking these developments and wait to see what happens next. But he certainly can't evade the law and growing pressure as far as the country and the outrage that is coming out that he should not be spared for this act. Ashwin, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. For the moment, we move on and get the latest from Bhopal. Yes, it is the CCTV footage that has now been accessed by Republic of a serial killer. It has surfaced from Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. The serial killer who was seen killing the sleeping watchman in Bhopal. And after the murder of the watchman, the serial killer was sitting fearlessly near the dead body of the watchman. Now, we also understand that the serial killer has executed the incident under Khajuri police station of Bhopal, and he has been arrested by the police. He is identified himself as Shiv Prasad. Satya Vijay is tracking the story very closely, and he is now joining us live on the broadcast. Satya Vijay, if you could tell us more, heinous crime in Bhopal, and he's been a serial killer is what the police is saying. Are they also suspecting more crimes that may have occurred in the city for which he is responsible, and what from here on?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, सीरियल किलर है, सागर का ये रहने वाला है, शिव प्रसाद इसका नाम है, और इसका एक खुखार कह सकते हैं कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज सामने आया जिसमें उसने भोपाल के एक चौकीदार की हत्या की है। न सिर्फ हत्या की है, हत्या के बाद ये काफी देर तक लाश के पास बैठा भी रहा है। इसने जब तक ये इसे इत्मीनान नहीं हो गया कि जो चौकीदार उसकी हत्या नहीं हुई, तब तक घटनास्थल पर ही रहा। पूरा अगर घटनाक्रम की बात करें तो जो पूरा मामला है सागर से जुड़ा हुआ है। सागर में एक ही तरह से, एक ही स्टाइल से 4 चौकीदारों की हत्या हुई थी, जिसके बाद पुलिस जो है इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही थी। सागर पुलिस लगातार इस आरोपी का स्केच जारी करके इसकी तलाश कर रही थी, और इसी दौरान कल देर रात खजूरी में ये जो सीरियल किलर है, इसने एक वारदात को अंजाम दिया, जिसका कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज सामने आया है, जिसमें आरोपी बेहद बेरहमी से एक चौकीदार की हत्या करता है। और चूंकि सागर पुलिस इसे लगातार ट्रेस कर रही थी, जहां सागर में इसने जो वारदातें की थी, उसके बाद से वहां से वो जो मृतक है उनके मोबाइल लेकर फरार होता था, तो उस मोबाइल लोकेशन से इसे ट्रेस किया जा रहा था, जिसके चलते सागर पुलिस घटनास्थल पर पहुंची। लेकिन इससे पहले ये भोपाल में इस वारदात को अंजाम दे चुका था। देखिए, बड़ा सवाल ये है कि एक ही तरह की मॉडस ऑपरेंडी जो है वो इस आरोपी ने अपनाई थी। चौकीदारों को ये टारगेट करता था, खासकर वो चौकीदार जो रात में रोड किनारे सोते हैं, उनको ये टारगेट करता था, पत्थरों से उन पर हमला करता था। जब एक हत्या हुई, उसके बाद लगातार उसी पैटर्न में दूसरी हत्या हुई, फिर तीसरी हत्या हुई। इसके बाद पुलिस ने इस मामले को गंभीरता से लिया और सागर पुलिस इस आरोपी की लगातार तलाश कर रही थी, और इसी के चलते सागर पुलिस भोपाल पहुंची और भोपाल में इस आरोपी को पुलिस ने गिरफ्तार कर लिया है। फिलहाल सागर पुलिस आरोपी को अपने साथ पूछताछ के लिए ले गई है, लेकिन 4 हत्याएं ये आरोपी कबूल कर चुका है। ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि ये प्रसिद्धि पाने के लिए, फेमस होने के लिए और पैसों की जरूरत के लिए कुछ मूवी से भी ये प्रेरित था, जिनको देखकर ये उस तरह की प्रसिद्धि चाहता था, इसलिए इसने इस तरह की वारदातों को अंजाम दिया। अब तक ये आरोपी 4 वारदातें कबूल कर चुका है, लेकिन 2 और वारदातें हैं जिनमें कि इसी तरह से हत्या की गई थी। उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पुलिस द्वारा की जा रही है। अगर उसमें भी हो सकता है पुलिस को कुछ और खुलासे हों। इसके अलावा चूंकि सागर में हत्याएं करता है, भोपाल का हत्या का सीसीटीवी फुटेज हम लगातार ब्रॉडकास्ट कर रहे हैं, तो सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये है कि क्या इसने
And the picture on your screens of the serial killer who has now been arrested in Madhya Pradesh's Sagar for his alleged involvement in the serial killing of 3 security guards in the city, as Satya Vijay was also telling us, and the police claiming that he had killed a security guard in Bhopal too. The CCTV footage that is on your screens, and the police is now suspecting that he was responsible for a series of incidents of crime that had occurred in the state. Also saying that they are trying to get more information as he is being questioned. Let's also listen in to what the cops are saying.
मामला हुआ है? सनसनीखेज मामला ये हुआ है कि यहाँ पे जो गोराजी मार्बल है, सुबह पुलिस को सूचना मिली थी कि यहाँ पर एक हत्या हुई है। तत्काल ही यहाँ हमने थाने खजूरी से पुलिस को भेजा। यहाँ पे वो ताला तोड़ करके अंदर घुसे तो ये बात सही थी। यहाँ का जो चौकीदार था सोनू वर्मा, उसकी डेड बॉडी यहाँ पे ही जो इनका सामान रखा है, मार्बल रखा है, ग्रेनाइट रखे, उसी के ऊपर डेड बॉडी मिली। सिर में उसके 5 चोटें थी, किसी सख्त चीज़ से जैसे पत्थर या हथौड़े की चोट थी। बाद में ये पता चला है कि वो संगमरमर का एक पिलर यूज किया गया था उसको मारने के लिए। और अभी हमें जानकारी मिली है कि इसमें जो हत्यारा है वो सागर में उसको पकड़ लिया गया है और सागर पुलिस ने उसको पकड़ लिया है और उसने यहाँ का मामला एक्सेप्ट भी कर लिया है। एक बड़ा अपराधी बनना चाहता है, सीरियल किलर के नाम से उसका आ रहा है कि पहले भी हत्याएं कर चुका है और ये हत्या मतलब एक नाम कमाने का बात। अभी आरोपी से हमने पूछताछ नहीं की है, वो सागर पुलिस के पास है। सागर पुलिस उससे इंट्रोगेशन कर रही है और वही ज़्यादा डिटेलें बता पाएंगे कि उसने क्या किया और कितना किया। थैंक यू।
So the police trying to get more details from the accused, who they are looking at as a serial killer responsible for several crimes in the state. And now that he has been arrested, the questioning will continue. He's been identified as Shiv Prasad, 23 years of age, and we'll continue to get you more details on the story. For the moment, a quick check of the other big stories we're tracking this afternoon. Politicizing the commission of INS Vikrant, former Union Minister Jairam Ramesh said the worship is a collective effort of all governments since 1999. And also going on to state, will PM Modi acknowledge this as the nation celebrates the Vadra Congress, trying to take credit for the same. In a big win for EPS, Madras High Court allowed an appeal preferred by AIADMK leader EPS and sets aside Justice G. Jayachandran's August 17 order in favor of OPS on party leadership dispute.
Huge victory for our ADMK, and it is a historical victory. As per today's judgment, July 11th, we conducted actually General Council meeting. So, what the actual judgment? No, July 11th, the General Council meeting is a valid.
TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee appeared before the Enforcement Directorate today. He has been summoned by the ED in coal smuggling scam. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, reacting on Muruga Mutt seer's delayed arrest, said that the police is handling the matter. CM Bommai said that further investigation is underway. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, District Surgeon said that the Muruga Mutt seer is suffering from infection and heart disease.
He is having a heart attack problem is there now. Myocardial infarction.
Myocardial infection?
Yeah.
Myocardial infection.
Infarction is
How
there.
long has he been suffering from myocardial infection?
No. Suddenly it will come. He is having this one hypertension now.
Okay.
Due to hypertension, and he is having diabetes also from the last 10 years.
In a big development in the seer rape case, Muruga Mutt's warden, who has been arrested, this is the second arrest, and this comes after the seer was given 14-day judicial custody in the matter. Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Centre and Law Commission on a PIL filed by Hindu hermit Jitendra Nath Saraswati seeking population control measures. The Supreme Court refused to hear the petition filed regarding the massacre of Kashmiri Pandits in Jammu and Kashmir today. The top court asked the petitioner to make a representation before the Centre. While addressing a news conference, Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh demanded the resignation of Delhi LG Vinay Saxena, saying that we will not tolerate a tainted LG in New Delhi. And moving on, as the school gate controversy rages on, Republic spoke to the man who is at the centre of it all, Manish Sisodia. Let's listen in to what Sisodia had to say in this exclusive report filed by my colleague Anuj Kumar from a government school in the national capital. Listen in.
मैडम थोड़ा सा मैडम थोड़ा सा पीछे जाइए।
एजुकेशन ही घेरे में है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रॉब्लम है कि सबके बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देने का ये काम सक्सेसफुली कैसे हो रहा है। इनके हिसाब से कुछ प्रिविलेज क्लास के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए, बाकी सबको काम चलाओ मिलनी चाहिए। अब आप देखो ये स्कूल बनाया है, ये कह रहे हैं ज़्यादा कमरे क्यों बनवा दिए, इतना शानदार स्कूल बनाया है, ज़्यादा टॉयलेट्स क्यों बनवा दिए, इस पर ऐसा फर्नीचर ऐसे व्यवस्थाएँ क्यों लगा दी। अभी आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ, यहाँ पे आके देखो आप, ये बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, चलो इनको इधर चलते हैं, दूसरी क्लास में चलते हैं। तो ये कह रहे हैं कि इतने बढ़िया कॉरिडोर क्यों बनवा दिए, इतने बढ़िया। हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग, बैठो बेटा। ये अब देखो इतने बढ़िया डेस्क बनवाए, इतना शानदार डेस्क है, ये सारी फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, पंखे, ट्यूबलाइट। इनको प्रॉब्लम हो रही है इतने बढ़िया क्यों बनवा दिए। किसी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल तो छोड़ दो, प्राइवेट स्कूलों में भी ये बहुत कम मिलता है देखने को। अब ये कह रहे हैं इतना बढ़िया क्यों करवा दिया। अब मैं तो ऐसी डेस्क पे चाहता हूँ कि दिल्ली का हर बच्चा ऐसी डेस्क पे बैठ के पढ़े। ये चाहते हैं कि ये तो प्राइवेट स्कूल में थी, वहीं खर्च कर लेते। अगर इन बच्चों के पेरेंट्स को इनको अच्छी एजुकेशन देनी है तो प्राइवेट स्कूल में पढ़ाएं, ऐसा इनका मानना है। मेरा कहना है कि ये देश के बच्चे हैं, इनको गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में शानदार एजुकेशन देंगे।
अभी रिसेंट जो हमने देखा मनीष जी, मूव करते रहेंगे थोड़ा, रिसेंट जो हमने देखा, अभी एक बहस निकल के आती है जिसमें कहा जाता है कि भाई 500 स्कूलों की बात होती है, वो लिस्ट कहाँ है, नंबर्स ऑफ
स्कूल देख लो, लिस्ट ले लो, सोशल मीडिया पे फोटो देख लो, जो करना है कर लो, पर देखो तो सही। आप राजनीति कर रहे हो, भाई कमरे क्यों ज़्यादा बनवा दिए, आप कह रहे हो ऐसे कमरे ज़्यादा क्यों बनवा दिए। हेलो, बैठ जाओ बेटा। टॉयलेट्स क्यों बनवा दिए, ये कोई सवाल है? बैठो बेटा। है, अब देखो ये नज़ारा आपको इस तरह के डेस्क अरेंजमेंट, बैठने का इतनी शानदार डेस्क किसी प्राइवेट स्कूल में भी नहीं मिलेगा। ये हमने सारे काम किए हैं। अब ये कह रहे हैं ये तो कमरे ज़्यादा बन गए, इनको तो एक जगह भीड़ की तरह से भर के थोड़े से कमरे बनवा देते। ज़्यादा कमरे क्यों बनवा दिए बताओ, इसका ये आरोप है मेरे ऊपर। ज़्यादा टॉयलेट्स बनवा दिए, इतनी बढ़िया डेस्क ले आए, इतनी बढ़िया फैसिलिटीज़ दे दी, ऐसे पंखे क्यों लगवा दिए, ऐसे स्मार्ट बोर्ड क्यों लगवा दिए। सारी लड़ाई इस बात की है। खुश हो आप लोग? फैसिलिटी बढ़िया है। अब देखो बच्चे तो खुश हैं। कहाँ से आते हो बेटा? आपके पापा क्या करते हैं?
मेरे पापा की प्राइवेट जॉब है, वो आरओ मैकेनिक है।
आरओ मैकेनिक है। आपके बेटा?
सब मैं जयपुर से आता हूँ।
हैं? आपके पेरेंट्स क्या करते हैं?
सब मेरे पापा मार्केटिंग लाइन में है, वो जैसे मार्केटिंग संभालते हैं एक ऑफिस।
आपके पापा क्या करते हैं?
सर ये राजस्थान मार्केटिंग लाइन में।
अच्छा, आपके?
मेरे पापा रेलवे में वर्क करते हैं।
रेलवे में काम करते हैं। आपके पेरेंट्स क्या करते हैं आपके पापा?
सर मेरे पापा स्कूल में
आईटी हैं। तो देखो ये सारे बच्चे आते हैं। अब ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर इनके पेरेंट्स को इनको अच्छा पढ़ाना है तो प्राइवेट स्कूलों में फ़ीस दे के पढ़ाएं, फ्री में इनके ऊपर पैसा क्यों खर्च किया जाए। मैं कहता हूँ भाई ये तो पैसा भी इनके माँ बाप दे रहे हैं, टैक्स दे रहे हैं, तो इनके टैक्स का पैसा इन्हीं के ऊपर खर्च कर रहे हैं। और गर्व है, मतलब पूरे देश को गर्व होना चाहिए कि हम सरकारी स्कूलों को अच्छा कर रहे हैं। ये कह रहे हैं ज़्यादा कमरे क्यों बनवा दिए, ज़्यादा इतनी अच्छी डेस्क क्यों कर दी। कितने देखो कितने हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से बच्चे आते हैं। इनके बच्चों के पेरेंट्स को हम कहें 10-10 हज़ार 8-8 हज़ार रुपये की महीने की फ़ीस दो, पढ़ा पाएंगे? और पढ़ाएंगे भी तो सिर्फ अपने सारे खर्चे काट के पढ़ाएंगे। इस स्कूल में कितने बच्चे पढ़ते हैं मैडम पूरे स्कूल में?
सर अराउंड 1000। और
1000 बच्चे पढ़ते हैं।
एक बात सर की ऐड करना चाहूँगी, सर तो शायद 2014 से है, मैं 30 साल से इस डिपार्टमेंट की सेवा कर रही हूँ। और जब मैं इस डिपार्टमेंट में आई थी, टेंटों के स्कूलों में मैंने पढ़ाया है, जहाँ ना पंखे होते थे, ना बाथरूम, ना टीचर के लिए, ना बच्चों के लिए। आई वुड से there has been a lot of change.
And we're getting you details, reports suggesting that Kalyan Chaube is ahead in the AIFF elections, the All India Football Federation polls, where it was Bechung versus Kalyan. And now the latest that is coming in, as reports suggest that Bechung is on the losing side, whereas Kalyan may become the AIFF president. We're trying to get more details from my colleagues who are tracking the story very closely. And we can confirm for the moment, as is being suggested by several reports, that Kalyan Chaube is ahead in the AIFF elections. Kalyan Chaube, who is a former teammate of Bhutia, and Chaube's name was proposed by the General Secretary of Gujarat Football Association. It was also seconded by the Secretary of Arunachal Pradesh Football Association. Chaube has won the Goalkeeper of the Year twice in 1997, 98 and 2001, 2002, whereas Bhutia had bagged the AIFF Player of the Year the same number of times. Let me cut across to Ankit, who's joining us live from the newsroom. Ankit, what more are you picking up? Kalyan Chaube leading in the elections.
Kalyan Chaube, Suesha, as per what we've been told, has in fact won the election and is all set to become the chief of the All Indian Football Federation. He has defeated former Indian football captain and striker Bhaichung Bhutia. Kalyan Chaube is himself a former Team India goalkeeper. He has also played for perhaps the nation's biggest club, Mohun Bagan. East Bengal is the other big club, but Kalyan Chaube is the winner of the election of the AIFF. We are being told by a margin of 33 votes to 1. So he has really won this election by a landslide. Bhaichung Bhutia and Kalyan Chaube, both former players, indicate now that this will be the first AIFF which will be led by a former player, which was a big bone of contention. You'll remember for the last 3+ full terms, it was led by a politician, Praful Patel, who had no involvement in football in the past. And now he has won the election. Kalyan Chaube is to be the new AIFF president, and this means that the AIFF will be able to run its own affairs. The upcoming FIFA Women's World Cup under 17 will be held in India from October the 11th, and it will be organized by an AIFF that is in control of its own self and which is led by a former footballer. So this is a demand that had been long pending of Indian footballers. They wanted certain reforms, and for that reform, Kalyan Chaube is to spearhead it. What comes next? Next is the AIFF will adopt a constitution that is in line with FIFA, and that will then set it on a path where it is in compliance with FIFA, and then there is no real stopping Indian football, because the Indian men's team is also on a high. The Indian men's team is to take part in the Asia Cup next year. The women's team in women's football, Gokulam FC and Mohun Bagan, are both in the AFC competitions as well. And so after just a couple of weeks after Indian football was at its nadir, when the AIFF had been suspended by FIFA Suesha, now we have been, that suspension has been revoked. The AIFF now is likely to have a full-time president who is a former footballer who knows how the system works, and also India is set to host the FIFA Under 17 Women's World Cup, take part in FIFA and AFC competitions, and this is now a big change. This is a really crucial and significant election, and the Praful Patel era can now be consigned to history, and a former footballer can be in control of India's Football Federation. That is the significance of this. We are being told 33-1 is the margin with which he has beaten Bhaichung Bhutia. Bhaichung Bhutia, of course, is a household name. He was India's former football captain. He played for the English club Bury FC, if I'm not mistaken, also a second-tier team. So he did represent India at a higher level of club football as it was played then. But unfortunately, he has come up short for himself in this election. Kalyan Chaube is the winner by a massive margin and is set to become the next AIFF president, Suesha.
Absolutely, very rightly said Ankit that it was expected to be a close contest, which is far from what has happened, and 33-1 is a huge margin that is between the two contestants. Now, of course, Chaube has won. In fact, Bhaichung Bhutia was still seeming confident and was enthusiastic about bringing in a lot of changes as he had been interacting with the media. Chaube, on the other hand, was keeping very silent. But now that this win stands in his favor, what are we seeing as his vision when he takes over the big position, and what would he like to do in his term?
You know, one of the notable aspects of this election was that the Supreme Court asked for it to be held within a week. So there wasn't all that much time to campaign. Whatever it was done probably behind a closed quarter session, because there is a small electoral college of this AIFF. Like we've seen, there were only 34 voters. I think there is a sanctioned voter electoral college strength of 36. So we really need to wait to find out what specifically diverged Kalyan Chaube's vision for Indian football with Bhaichung Bhutia. But both of them espouse the fact that they are former footballers, and so they know the system better vis-a-vis what we had in the past for almost 2 decades, which was a politician with no history of credibility of having participated in the beautiful game, being the head of the All India Football Federation. So the first thing, Suesha, that they will have to do is to bring Indian football in line with FIFA's what FIFA wants. So that will entail the appointment of a new constitution for it. Now remember, we have multiple leagues. We have we have a league that runs just 3 months, the PSL. We also have the I League, which is where a different set of clubs compete. There is a structure that has in the last few years been appointed. But if you notice, in all the world leagues, there is a finite structure. The English Premier League, then there is the Championship, then there is League 2, League 3, and the winner of the Premier League goes and joins the European competition. The same way, Indian football will need to be given a structure, and that structure will have to be in accordance with the Asian Football Federation and the FIFA. And so that is likely to be among the first set of activities that is taken up. Also very important, cannot be overstated, the 16 teams in the under 17 FIFA Women's World Cup are set to arrive in the next few weeks. October 11 is the date that the tournament kicks off. India is participating because of being host. India gets to participate in this tournament. So India is one of the 16 teams, and our players will be really raring to go because they had faced a nervous wait. There was a period where we thought that India would not get to host the World Cup, and that also means that we would not get to participate in it. And so now that has entirely been shifted. India is set to host it and participate in it. And so that is a big takeaway. So it's an immediate sigh of relief also. And also going forward, it portends well for the future.
Absolutely. And all eyes on Chaube now, Ankit, to how he really turns things around in Indian football, which was looking like this really could be the new dawn as far as the future of Indian football is concerned. And of course, we understand that while most had thought it would be a close contest, where a lot of permutation combinations were happening, a lot of negotiations were happening till the final round. But this kind of a result that is really out there for India to witness, 33-1 is the margin by which Chaube has won against Bhutia, who has been a household name. And now, of course, to see what Chaube really does when it comes to the kind of reformation he brings about in Indian football. But then again, Ankit, it's important to now, have a roadmap when it also comes to the sports ministry that had to step in to diffuse the situation. So how are they going to work together? I understand these are early questions because all the focus was on the election until now, the AIFF election. But really to understand how things are going to follow the course.
The first thing that has to be done is, of course, for him to take stock and take ownership of the administration of football in the country, because until last week it was governed by a committee of administrators. We know that entire saga.
Ankit, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but I'm being told Suraj Pal Amu, who is the president of Haryana Football Association, is now joining us on the broadcast. Suraj Pal ji, आपसे जानना चाहूंगी, ये जो रिजल्ट आया है, कल्याण चौबे की जीत हुई है और अब सभी नजरें उन पर गड़ी हैं, क्योंकि इंडियन फुटबॉल का फ्यूचर वो किस तरह से शेप करेंगे, उनसे उम्मीदें हैं. आपका क्या कहना है? आप संतुष्ट हैं रिजल्ट से?
निश्चित तौर पे जो कल्याण चौबे जी की जीत हुई है, मैं उससे संतुष्ट हूं और मुझे खुशी है कि कई सालों के बाद ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन आजाद हुई है और एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के हाथ में गई है, ऐसे व्यक्तियों के हाथ में गई है जो फुटबॉल के जानकार हैं, जिन्होंने फुटबॉल को खेला है, जिन्होंने फुटबॉल को जिया है. और मुझे कल्याण चौबे जी की जीत पर खुशी है. और भाईचुंग भूटिया भी हमारे मित्र हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने चुनाव लड़ा, वो हार गए. परंतु जब चुनाव व्यक्ति जीतता है, कल्याण चौबे जब चुनाव जीत गए हैं, तो निश्चित तौर पर ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन की और जो स्टेट फेडरेशन है, जैसे हरियाणा फुटबॉल एसोसिएशन है, यूपी फुटबॉल एसोसिएशन है, अनेक एसोसिएशन है जिनको उनसे बहुत सारी उम्मीदें हैं. और मुझे उम्मीद है ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन के नए अध्यक्ष को मेरी ओर से बधाई, हरियाणा की ओर से बधाई और पूरे प्रदेशों की जो फुटबॉल संघ हैं उनकी ओर से बधाई. और मुझे उम्मीद है कि कल्याण चौबे सबका कल्याण करेंगे, ऐसा सूरज पाल अम्मू तो उम्मीद करता है. और निश्चित तौर पे ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन एक नए आयाम की ओर बढ़ रही है. और सीओए का धन्यवाद, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बॉडी का धन्यवाद और माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का धन्यवाद. इन्होंने, जिनके कारण ये चुनाव संपन्न हुआ। जी
बिल्कुल, इस चुनाव पर बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है और बहुत ही एक ऐसा चेंज है ये जो मच रिक्वायर्ड था। पर अब किस तरह की एक्सपेक्टेशन है इन टर्म्स ऑफ क्या आगे उनका एक रोड मैप होना चाहिए स्टेट्स के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी, और एक ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल को शेप करने के लिए क्या रिफॉर्मेशन चाहिए?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो प्रदेश के जो संघ हैं, जैसे मैं हरियाणा फुटबॉल संघ से हूँ, राजस्थान फुटबॉल संघ है, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टेट्स के वो एसोसिएशंस हैं, उन सब की और कल्याण चौबे की नजर है। हिंदुस्तान इतना बड़ा जनसंख्या के मामले में विश्व की दूसरी शक्ति है, परंतु फुटबॉल के मामले में हम काफी पीछे हैं। और मैं हरियाणा से आता हूँ, हरियाणा की अनेक बेटियां जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर और स्टेट लेवल पर खेल रही हैं। तो मुझे उम्मीद है कल्याण चौबे से निश्चित तौर पे अब फुटबॉल के अच्छे खिलाड़ियों को, फुटबॉल को और फुटबॉल के एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी कल्याण चौबे उसके अंदर नए आयाम स्थापित करेंगे, नई गतिविधियां होंगी और नए डेवलपमेंट होंगे। जिस प्रकार से काम रुका हुआ था, उस काम को स्पीड मिलेगी। और जो एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी उनके साथ चुनकर आई है, निश्चित तौर पे वो भी तजुर्बेकार लोग हैं, अच्छे लोग हैं। वो सब मिलकर ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन को और संघों को निश्चित तौर पे बहुत सारी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराएंगे। और फुटबॉल खिलाड़ियों का, फुटबॉल संघों का, और भारत सरकार ने जो एक मौका दिया है अंडर 17 वुमेन्स फुटबॉल कप का, फीफा ने जो हमारे ऊपर से बैन हटाया, निश्चित तौर पे इसमें भी इंडिया बहुत अच्छा करने जा रहा है। उसके अंदर ऑल इंडिया फुटबॉल फेडरेशन का बहुत बड़ा हाथ होगा। जो मोदी का सपना है उसको कल्याण चौबे निश्चित तौर पे अपनी टीम के साथ पूरा करने का प्रयास करेंगे।
All right, many thanks for speaking to Republic this afternoon. And what is being looked at as a new dawn in Indian football, a huge margin against which Kalyan Chaube has won, defeating Baichung Bhutia. And now, of course, waiting to watch how the kind of reformation and what changes are brought in. We'll continue to keep you ahead on the story. We are shifting our focus back to Bengaluru on the seer's arrest and the latest developments on that. Yes, he complained of chest pain, which is why his medical condition is now being looked into. In the meanwhile, the second arrest in the seer case has already happened. The warden is under arrest. She is being questioned. And the rape accused seer, Shivamurthy, had complained of chest pain. He also is suffering from diabetes, the doctor has confirmed. And due to the same, he's been shifted to a district hospital. Republic has also learned that the seer could be shifted to Bangalore Jayadeva Hospital, and the police saying that there is no political pressure on them. They are saying that the warden is now being questioned. We are seeing how fast-paced developments are taking place as